All right. I don't know how my voice is going to be this stream. I didn't sleep. Of course I didn't sleep. I never do. I've been trying to get up early, so it has taken its toll, the whole getting up early thing. Figure if I get tired enough, maybe I'll fix my own sleep schedule. That stuff to the side. Let's see here. We got work to do today. Got work. Friday we're gonna do Octojay's tablets. Yeah, getting up early is a struggle. You know, it's kind of me being, it's first world problems, right? You know? Just trying to be a normal member of society. Instead of some kind of weird late night gremlin. By 12mm fan. It doesn't produce enough air to overcome the floor fan that I have at my back. I know it's like I don't set an alarm and then I wake up. A fun fan. It's not doing anything. A natural air convection would be fine. Yeah, it's like if I don't set an alarm, I'll sleep, you know, for a while. But if I do set an alarm, I get up 5 minutes before the alarm. I don't know what it is. The purple, well, I'll say more when we actually start. I'm getting sick of the purple. It's too pastel. Yeah, well, the fan, we were thinking of putting the fan in the thermal camera. Here, let's boot up the thermal camera and show you what it looks like cold when the thermal camera is nice and cool. This one, properties, deactivate, activate it again. Here it is. And then I can turn on the scene in OBS. And you can see, it looks pretty crispy. It's probably going to stay looking like this throughout the day. So I don't really think I need a fan in there. But if it does get warm, we start to see visual like aberration. This is the inspiration for the look of the computer case, but it's doing quite well for itself, and it's looking at my pee-pee. Stop it. But yeah, that's what sits on my camera. But I bought some 3D printer filaments. I bought different colors, and I'm eager to test them out because I may reprint this whole thing in translucent filament. So if this is in translucent filament, I can print it against the bed without glue, and it'll have a glass-like surface on the top. I won't be printing on glass, but it will have a glass-like surface on the top, and then the colors of the translucent filaments, according to the pictures on Amazon, they looked very deep. It was a deeper purple. It wasn't this pastel crap. This pastel purple with the grid behind it, it's like an 80s movie about some kind of technological fantasy realm. What's up, Milky Ways? Milky Ways is back. I'm not muted. Jeez. Yeah, don't be that one guy. Don't be that one guy. Get my insulin out of here. You can watch past streams, doing all so while keeping up with your projects and work. Work's making me do stuff and get in the way. Look, man, you're under no obligation. I'm glad that you're keeping up with the projects and stuff, but there will not be a quiz at the end of this, you know? Yeah, definitely good on you for prioritizing work. Cause yeah, I get lost in other people's streams and like keeping up with stuff and like Dungeons and Dragons content and stuff like that. And it's like, I ended up like Monday, I was like, man, wow, there's no content on the internet on Monday. And you know what? That was my fault. It was my fault for keeping up with everything and wanting to be live in the chat for everything. I don't have to do that. I can sit on a video for a week. I can sit on a video for a week and not actually, you know, start out. Oh, give me a break, Junkyard Tuning. Come on, man. Everybody does this. The beginning of the stream, I haven't started doing any work, so I have a starting soon thing so that people can gather and we can hang out and just I can actually read chat, you know, instead of having to do work. I don't get, there's always somebody who doesn't get why I would possibly do this. Most streamers will have their start soon thing and not have a webcam going, and I think that throws people off. Some people even have time. I think Bruce has like a countdown timer. I know Milton does too, which I barely ever catch because Milton streams early. I can't catch the beginning of his streams. And there's always one person. That's why, especially with like audio, I mean, if you think people are dumb about start soon, because Junkyard Tuning just called himself dumb, and I don't believe that, but if you think people are dumb about this, or that, you know, confusing that as dumb, wait until you get into audio issues. Audio issues are they're the number one stressor for a lot of different streams, because everybody's audio setup is different, right? I'm gonna sound different on speakers than I am on headphones, than I am on somebody's TV, for Christ's sake, or from somebody's phone speakers, you know? Mixdown is very complicated and annoying, and it takes a lot of different perspectives in order to get it right. A lot of streamers just don't know audio, or don't care about good audio, or don't put the time in. They don't want to do the work because they figure it's a stream, it's lazy. And then if your audio is bad, people don't notice. But then there's always somebody in chat who's going to tell you something about your, like, hey, this person's quiet or that person's quiet. And it's tough. You need to find one person who you can trust who has an okay enough audio setup that if they tell you somebody's quiet, you listen. Because it's like, I've heard rants that streamers have had where they say, I have made myself quiet, I've made the people in the Discord call loud, you have to turn up your speaker. Well, the problem is their whole audio level is so low, if I turn them up to where they are audible, a system sound will blow up my fucking house because I have studio monitors and like a big subwoofer hooked up to the main computer, which I haven't used in 3 weeks. It's tough. It's tough to get the audio levels just right. Your sound is good on my TV and notebook. That's good to know. Yeah. And then there's people like Let's Game It Out who he has like his setup, his levels on his on the EQ of his voice have him in such a broad spectrum. I know he doesn't sound like that. His bass is just like way cooked. So I'll put him up on my computer on like a Saturday or something when he's streaming for 27 hours. And his talking makes the subwoofer start to activate. It's insane. I changed the EQ on other streamers, never done that with you. Huh. Your sound is the worst and I hate you. Well, thank you for being honest. Yeah, and I put a lot of listening time into getting the EQ right. That's why I need like I don't know if I need an 8-point EQ, but that's why I haven't gone to Ableton Live, because their free or their inexpensive version doesn't have enough adjustment points on the EQ for me to use it. Your sound is quiet. Sound is quiet compared to most, but very clear and level. I just turn you up. That's interesting because I can't broadcast with more sound. I literally cannot broadcast with more sound. Here is me talking Me talk, me streamer talking to mic. Levels all the way up here. If I go into the red, it gets crackly. This is literally the limit of what I can give out of this setup. Because after that, it'll digitally clip. I can't, you can see, I cannot go louder than this. But the compressor allows me to like yell. So, I don't know. See, even, okay, talking in a quiet voice like I am now, see, I'm a little bit below the maximum. When I talk in like a normal, like I'm talking to you a couple feet away voice, it's like this. And when I get really loud and start yelling, the compressor is gonna keep me at that level. And you guys might not have been able to tell, but I did vary the volume of my voice quite a bit there. So, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I like Dolby Atmos mix so I can be enveloped by a tool and machine sounds. Well, that's kind of the way that this is. I kind of would like there to be a little bit of machine sound in the mix here, but no, see, that's the thing, Shemite. I can't reach the red unless I have like a quick outburst. Oh, I know I sound great. I already know that. Yeah, it's, you know, I would like to find a one-stop shop kind of device. That's why I'm looking at the Rodecaster. I know Tanto uses that. I don't know anybody else who has the Rodecaster specifically. But the Rodecaster would allow me to have, yeah, I don't want an in-ear monitor. I don't want to be like critical with the one earbud in. The microphone that I have, the separate mic that I have, the one that I would like to also be able to use if I'm doing something else, like, you know, if I'm a guest somewhere, or if I have somebody as a guest, that other microphone, well, actually I might need to buy a new one because that one is USB. Huh. But it has like a personal mix out on it. Compressors are the devil, though. They kill me. A good compressor you shouldn't notice. You shouldn't know that there's a compressor. It shouldn't. If you do the compressor right, it won't sound like something is automatically turning down the volume. Yeah, you need it, because otherwise I could, you know, flick the mic and blow up your house. But yeah, I'm looking at the Rodecaster. I haven't ponied up for the $600 for it, but it can do EQ and compressor and de-esser, which I don't have, on the lapel. And then if I have somebody else come over, they can also get a lapel. I still need to build the circuit board for that. They could also get a lapel, and then our audio hopefully won't conflict with one another. And then also, I would love to have an area mic. The problem with the area mic, though, is that it's going to pick up me. It would be nice, like, if something's going on outside, like a thunderstorm or rain or something, I could pop that in, turn it up a little bit, and you guys would be able to hear. Mine's just typing. He's just trying to trigger me on anything. You're really scraping the barrel there, man. I wonder if other people I watch are peeking at all the time. Yeah, I wonder too. I do not know. Yeah, front row seat to the hovercraft races. I don't think I'd do that. Actually, today is the day. I didn't see them out there, though. Yeah, maybe a directional mic. The problem is my voice echoes in this room. It echoes around this room. That's why I did the audio tiles. Stupid eels. No, that's... No, that's flatulence. Flatulent Gonads hovercraft is full of eels. If you guys haven't had a chance to watch a Flatulent Gonads stream, he's up to no good. He's always doing something cool over there. He wants me to build a Raspberry Pi PC in a small novelty computer case. It looks like a little 90s computer, and you can make the Raspberry Pi look like it's running Windows 98. I think that would be kind of hilarious. Stall current? 120 milliamps. And it's actually got a restarting thing, too. There it goes. It's 100 milliamps right now, and actually, if you touch it, you can feel vibration. So if I run this at 2 volts, it's what you would expect, completely silent and smooth. at 3 volts, this thing is a little bit I can feel vibrations coming off of it, which is a death sentence for a camera. I also don't know where I get 2 volts from. I probably need to drop a regulator into the thing. Plus, if you can see, the thermal camera does not look all that crusty. We're not very crungo, should I say. Should I start using that word? But then you guys will want that emote. Worth the money with the stall feature? It's like $40! This is a ridiculously expensive fan. And the only thing I've been able to do is just fucking, like, meme with it. Alright, let's, I don't want to give you guys Krungo, though. I don't like Krungo. That's my hot take. I'm not a fan of Krungo. He's cute and all, but he has no purpose. Not that every emote needs to be purposeful, but, like, if something is Krungo, what does that say about it? Is it cringy? Is that what it's supposed to be? It's just like a neutral. It's just, it's... say what I wanted to say. I couldn't say what I wanted to say because I know that that would would garner some very bad attention to myself. That I think I think it's my job to be a little bit more in the background in other people's streams, but my take, because like he did not have any love for American cheese, and American cheese is Leyden cheese. I've never heard of that. American cheese has a very important role. Everybody hates on it because it's technically not even classified as a food item. It's more of a plastic than anything else. American cheese melts really nicely, and it works in certain scenarios. Not every time you eat cheese has to be an appetizer at a French restaurant, right? If I'm eating American cheese, I've either thrown it into a grill or a fryer or some other kind of gastro disaster that I know that I'm getting into willfully. So if I'm eating something with American cheese on it, I want that cheese to be melted, and that's when it's at its best. American cheese is meat lubricant. use. Good hearing from you. I hope we see a metronomic stream soon. He's probably very busy though. All right, so getting rid of the start soon thing, going over to the face cam. What are we doing? Well, I've spent the past, what day is it? It's Thursday. Yeah, I spent my Wednesday printing, and I was able to print out a lot of the panels that we both designed and modified during stream. I'm actually at a point now where we can put the new lid together and then fit it and get an actual look of what the thing's gonna look like instead of everything kind of being pressed together. My body decides right now when I start to like hiccup and do all this nonsense, all this gastric nonsense that I always have to deal with. It's like, hi, I'm talking to it kills me every time. I die. I actually die. I died. Yeah, didn't recover. Anyway, so we've got to put together the top part of the case, put that together. I hate to admit to you guys that I am getting a little sick of pastel purple. It's a very pastel kind of color, and I don't like it. So I've ordered more filament. I'm going to print this in a different cover, but I need to actually evaluate what the colors are going to look like, and I'm not going to let this slow me down. We're going to continue on with this color. I'm going to put the whole thing together, and then I can print the exact same panels and just replace them. These are PETG, so there's a lot of flexibility in all these parts, and they're very strong in spite of their thinness. That's what I like about the PETG, is that I can print it very thin. It took a lot of tuning to get my system to be able to print without the dreaded PETG stringing. Still have a little bit, but not much to really write home about. And I've been running the printer for a solid 24 hours. I mean, I've had overnight prints every night this week. I haven't taken the full length of the night, but that printer has been running overtime. It's pretty awesome that it's been able to print very consistently during this whole thing. So I've got the prints. I've got all the gratings cut out. I got the side panel with the fans in. We can take a look at that in a sec. I need to make a Y cable for that so I can hear what those fans are going to sound like when they all turn on. It's not like I can do anything about it, but hopefully it's not making an incredible hum. Probably won't. These are very quiet fans, to be honest. They don't move a ton of air either, but we have a ton of them. So maybe all that stuff will balance out. The pegs that I put on the fan holders, by the way, those didn't work. Those didn't work. The pegs that hold the fans in, they're way too thin. If you tighten down the fan a little bit too much with those screws that I chose, they pop off. The whole thing just pops. It just breaks off. So like this is the print, and then I have these posts there, and the posts are very thin, and they have to be for those screws. This thickness is like two. This is like 2 layers of filament. So I mean, really what I should do is extend the post up to the top, make a washer that would fit into that, and then use a smaller screw so that it wouldn't be putting as much torque in it. What the strategy that I'm... Why do you do this? The strategy that I'm... makes it hard to talk about something when you're... Maybe I can just highlight that. Nope. God damn it. Oh, whatever. Zoom out and look around like that. There. Oh, now it does it. Now it does it. Jerk program. Anyway, so making a washer, and then these don't need a whole lot of force holding them in, because honestly, that heatsink is right there. They're practically pressure fit, so I could even do it without screws, even though that would be kind of torture, because whenever I remove this panel, all 6 fans are just going to fall out. I could put 1 screw in each of these just to hold it in place, and then I have 4 tries to not break the posts. But all right, let's take a look at what the computer looks like in the end. I also split up the front panel a little bit more. This is all in the course of a day, but just because I've got all the numbers dialed in, I was able to make a little insert here that holds 1 single fan, and I made it a little wider just for the look, just so you could see through that fan, see around it. But that's going to be connected to the motherboard's case fan, and then that'll give me just a little bit of extra waft in this area here, and it might fight some of the like the big graphics card fans throwing air this way. It'll fight it from going into my face. So that's a little side panel. I like it. It's cute. And then I've got all of these guys right here, just as we planned. Just as we planned. I didn't put the circuit boards in the middle, because with the 2 circuit boards on top of one another, they're 10 millimeters wide, and I've got a little over 10 millimeters here to deal with, and they just take up this area too much. So I moved them. They're all the way out here, possibly the coolest section of the whole thing, and the Y cable is going to have to run the length all the way back, you know, along the bottom rail, and that little tiny bit of extra room that I've got down there, and then it'll have to come up and through the heatsink to the processor, or sorry, to the power supply. Nothing has been locked down yet. We're going to cut carbon fiber today, but first let me just assemble this thing. Let me just assemble the top of the PC. I mean, what does this look like? This, like, I can't put my finger on it, but there's something that it reminds me of. We looked up a Pizza Hut last time, like an 80s fantasy something. I don't know. It's a weird look. Yeah, these are currently blowing outwards. They're sucking air from the heatsink. All right, these are the results of last night's printing. The one problem that I'm having with the printer, and it's not something that I think I can very easily solve, or that maybe even needs to be solved, is the direction of the support material, or the direction of the print on top of the support material. It's not really bridging in one section. So like, here's the corner. And so what'll happen is this part breaks off really, really easily from the support material, and it prints pretty nicely, actually. It's the support material is at a 45-degree angle on all this stuff, and so it prints really nicely on that straight section. And for some reason, it decides that all of the stuff that goes over the support is going to be in this direction, and so it goes back and forth in small crosshatches across here. I planned for that by having extra space here, but like you can see how sloppy it is, and I have to use a screwdriver in order to pry it away, and that's why I put all these marks on it. So that's kind of hideous. I don't know if there's anything that I can really do to solve that, because that little back and forth crosshatch with the hot PETG, when it gets to the edge and comes back, what that does is put a little bit more heat on that little direction change, and then it bonds to the support material, and so I end up having to like struggle to pry it off. This just pops off, but GameCube color? Maybe, but it doesn't, I don't feel like it's a GameCube though. I don't know, there's something about, it looks like a stable or something. I don't know. All right, anyway, let's undo this cursed work that I glued together. Oh boy. All right, let's see. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is GameCube. Look, GameCube is more blue. Isn't it? Is it more blue? Blue cheese is an excellent cheese, by the way, speaking of blue. White, black, and purple. Well, I'm going to be, with the new filaments, I'm going to have deeper colors on this. And I was thinking, I mean, like, I could go with gray. Gray would be a nice neutral color. It would actually look fairly futuristic in this application. It would look kind of nice. And it would be a little translucent, so it would look kind of like smoked. Or I could go with bright orange, but it's like a deep orange instead of a pastel. Or I can go with the deep purple, which is going to look it's going to look black unless the light catches it. So I'm thinking I want to go with the fancy purple instead of what this pastel purple. Jeez, that was, okay, that could have been expensive. All right, let's just put this aside. How am I going to do this? I mean, I could partially, oh God, it's super glue got all over this. I can see it. I can see it. Well, nobody's going to see that part, hopefully. The super glue clouding kind of got to some of the parts of this. All right, so I need to take this apart and get the grading from it. I don't want to cut another piece. Accent in orange. I don't know. I mean, I could do like different parts of this in different colors, but I think that's overdoing it a little bit. I don't want to play my hand too strongly on it, on the color scheme. I want to keep it nice and subtle. It's not really that. It's bright purple. It's really not subtle. Subtle's not really a thing this is, huh? I find starting with the corner screw helps a lot. I'll do that. Let me disassemble first. Disassembly. I can just put this over here. Look at how that fits. Well, okay, there. Now it fits. Okay, so yeah, let's just go around and just collect all the screws from this thing. I know the centerpieces could be like orange or gray. Yeah, I could switch up the colors on it constantly. Make it a Coleco. No, it is not Coleco. It's bleh. What's that VW again? Yeah, I wanted it to look like one piece instead of multiple pieces, but it had to be multiple pieces because otherwise it's not going to fit on the 3D printer, which is unfortunate. My 3D printer bed is the size of this computer, so I can't do fancy stuff in too large of an area. I mean, if I really, man, I could have saved myself a bit of money if I had gotten the smaller piece of the grating and then broken this up with something in the middle. You know, put like a bar in the middle, put like a bar in the middle, and then have 4 pieces of grating, but I didn't do that. I didn't do it. Did it. All right, so we got to take the screws out of this. We got to put together the newer, better design of everything. It's still not a great design. And then what I'm going to do when I reprint these pieces is I'm actually going to use the larger screws so that they're more of a prominent feature on the look of the case. But that's a lot of 3D printing that I have to do in the far-flung future. Or next week. I don't know. It depends. This thing is falling apart because we made those modifications to it. But that's, I mean, I'll do that some other time. I'm not going to do that immediately. It would be really cool if I could hide LEDs in it and have it illuminate. Have all my frame pieces kind of pop out a little bit. I mean, if I could devise a board that could fit behind this. There's not a lot of room behind this, but I could make these smaller. I could make it a much smaller feature, the part that catches into the rail, and then I could use LEDs behind that in order to illuminate it. I think that's getting into like way too dorky territory there. I don't think I want my PC to light up, like accents to light up, but I kind of do. I kind of do though. It would have to be like the most minimal LED setup ever. Because yeah, here, let's look at it. Let's look at I just want to, this little brain worm, I have to give the brain worm its time. Otherwise it's going to get a little ornery at me. Let's see here. So all this stuff goes, hold on. All the old prints that I just took off go with all of the other old prints that for some reason I'm not throwing out. I don't know why I'm not throwing them out. Maybe I just want everybody to know how hard I've worked on this. There are pieces in there that I have to fish out, actually. Back over here. So here's the amount of space that I'd have to run like a tiny little LED strip. I just don't know if I could manage to find something that fits in there. Because that is, oh man, there's like no space in that. There's no space. I could make that nub just barely, you know, I could make it the width of this section of the rail. And then, where are my calipers? They're up here. Let's use this. And then I have a grand total of, what, 2 millimeter, maybe 3 millimeters to work with? Probably 2, because it would have to fit in this awkward shape. And they would have to, oh God, I don't think it smelt the failed prints into something cool. What, just use hot air and just melt them all together? Or need filler for something? I don't. Yeah, just a big abstract art. I call this one Kill Me, because that's what it would be screaming if it had the ability to talk. I have like 2 millimeter. I need like a 2x2 LED strip. Does that even exist? The other problem with it is, where do you run the power out from something like that? You would have to I'd have to have the end have just like a little wire come out of it. But like, does that even exist? Does that even exist? Do we look like what, on like Amazon, or do I just do 2 millimeter by 2 millimeter LED strip? AliExpress, of course. Of course. And then it's like, hey, check out this 2 millimeter LED strip. None of it is actually that size. These are WS2812s. It's a little much. 4 millimeter is the smallest. That's 4 millimeters, and it's much larger. Yeah, the profile of that is huge. Yeah, 4 by 12 by unknown. Those are pretty bright, though. what is that? There's like that LED rope, right? Or there's some other product that's like neon LED stuff. I don't know if I can. And actually, if I did that, why wouldn't I just use the translucent gray to cover the top of this and then have lights? Oh my God. Imagine making that. That would be really cool. If I could have the the highlight lines of the Makerbeam 3mm wide on Amazon, that's still not going to fit. Well, 3mm might work with these rails, but then I would need to drill out like a wire run for every single piece. Oh my God. That would be way too much LED lighting to fit into too small of an area. Although I would love to be up for the challenge. I want my gaming PC back. It would be a very cool thing, though, to be able to individually illuminate the panel sections and the outlines. That would be a trip. That thing would look great. We're not gonna do that. I was just entertaining a brainworm. Sometimes you roll with an idea a little bit, but it would be an incredibly large amount of work to put on top of the rest of this thing at the moment. So, redesign. No, no, stop it. We gotta live with ourselves for a little bit here. No way, no how. Ain't gonna happen. Now that would be really cool though. That would be a really fancy looking PC. Like, eat your heart out. LED, you know, RGB LEDs. I've got entire sections of the computer that light up. Maybe with a 20mm frame rail, we can think about something like that. LED wine bottle lights? Okay. All right. What am I supposed to do with that? Yeah, use bigger Makerbeam. They do, 20 mil by 20 mil rail is the idea for the water-cooled version. That's using almost the same style hardware. Although people are saying that the graphics card, the Ryzen, would hate having a riser cable because of interference and latency in the PCIe 4.0 spec, which worries me. I might just have to run a hobbled graphics card when I eventually get around to buying that stupid thing. They went on sale for like at 10:35 a.m. The AMD website. I should have like action movie music behind me. 10:35 a.m. The AMD website listed Radeon 6900 XTs. I don't know for how long, because at 10:36 I opened up the site and they were all sold out. It's a UK eBay. Oh, I see. Wine bottle lights. Now I do know how that's going to affect. How big are those? Yeah, those are very similar to... Oh, God, they have them in purple. It's all over. They have them in purple. They have them in orange, too. Orange would actually be kind of cool. I wonder how large those are. Because, yeah, that's like the crap that I stuffed in my beard over the holidays, right? I had all those little lights that were blinking. They're about 2mm. They're not very dense, so it would look like holiday lighting. Yeah, fairy lights. That's what the kids are calling them nowadays, right? There is a little bit of super glue nonsense left over. I think I could just rub it off. Don't get any ideas, chat. I don't like that the super glue bled into the hex pieces here, because it alters the look. Although dust is still going to get all over this, so whatever. All right, so let me get this. Still more super glue nonsense. Yeah, you can just rub your hand over it and it goes away. It's like forensics were here. The stuff that I used to work on at that one job, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, had gone through fingerprinting before we got them in. So we had to wear white gloves in order to do our circuit analysis, and they were covered in this stuff, this super glue, you know, the cyanoacrylate, like whatever the coating of it is. It's the same process that they use to lift fingerprints, but yeah, it's annoying to work with. Okay, so I can now put this together. Still looks like honeycomb. Well, you know. You know. Okay, this is going to get really, really annoying. The length and the way that these are split up. This is why I did this part first. Ooh, look at that error. Wow, glad that's not visible. Some kind of booger got dragged into the print. Oof, that's it looks like a booger. What is that? It's just a little bit of burnt filament. That's the one thing about PETG is your whole print can go south just from the nozzle making one little error. And in that instance, that piece is the last piece that I printed. That one little error, I didn't notice when I left the shop at like 3 a.m. last night, and it could have destroyed the entire print just by virtue of that booger being dragged into everything else and colliding with everything and then making just a big snot ball that would get... No! Get out of here! That would then become a big snot ball that would work like a sponge, being dragged all over my print and ruining everything and just wiping it off of the bed. That's just one of the realities of printing PETG. All right, I'm struggling here. We'll get this thing together. Get it together, bother. You're better than this. Okay, there we go. That slots down like that. Let's move this out of the way a little bit. Get that out of the way. Get the mouse out of the way. Is EL wire still a thing? That's what I was thinking, you know. EL wire hides very nicely, but it's also high voltage. So I think it makes a little electrical noise. I think it's still a thing. Why wouldn't it be? Why would it not be? Why is this not be also not be this? This not be. Why are you not? Why you doing this? Why you lying? Oh, there we go. That one fit. It just needs to like press in a little bit. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right. So I guess I'm gonna seal it off, and then I'll get the clasps. I call them the clasps. We go by the clasps now. That's who we are. Let's see. And then those get countersunk ones. I once made a pair of pants, believe it or not, that had EL wire down the sides. And what I did is it was a wide piece of EL wire. It was like a wide piece. So it was like on a little sheet. And I took the EL wire out of the like clear rubber casing and then cut a slot down that clear rubber casing and then sewed that onto the side of the pants. And then you could feed the EL wire back in. And on the end of it, I made this big ball of tape that was supposed to be sort of something to keep it from flexing too much. And then I put all the electronics into a little metal enclosure on the belt of the pants that was like permanently affixed. Bouncers hated that little metal box. They hated that thing. I'm like, what? It makes the pants light up. And they'd stop working. And when they started to go wrong, they would actually start shocking me. That was not the best. Not the best stage production design. There's a fairly famous, I think it's like Philadelphian dance troupe that does all that kind of like technology, whatever it is, like, you know, dance stuff, but they just buy stuff off the rack. You can search Alibaba for whatever they're using. I think they had like LED embedded suits last year or year before last for whatever it was. I forget what it was they were actually entering into now. But they had these LED suits and I'm like, oh, those are kind of cool. I'm like, Alibaba LED suit. I'm like, oh, that's exactly what it is. You can control it from a phone. It's cool though. All right, that's looking good. This is looking a lot better than the other one. That's why we do iterative design here, right? The only problem with doing iterative design is when it's 4 hours each to print these things, it takes a little while. Literally, my whole day yesterday was spent babysitting this thing and this thing. These were, I think, 2.5 hours a section. So 2.5 hours for the left, 2.5 hours for the right, probably 1 hour for these. So 5, 6 hours, 8, 16 hours. I don't know how that adds up, but I made it work. But that was my day yesterday. It didn't feel very productive. It did not feel very productive, but got it done. All right, so these I printed a little while ago. I just need to find 4 of them that aren't for the power supply. The ones for the power supply have a filleted edge. Am I even saying that word right? I guess nobody's complained about it, so... People get so bent when you don't know how to pronounce something because you've only read it. You never had it read to you. These exist in 2 pieces, and so I printed the top and the bottom together. I didn't, so whenever I tried, so yeah, Tommy T is like, surely they tessellate on the bed. I could have printed like a bunch of them at one time. I did that with these. I printed like 16 of these things, but doing too much on the printer leads it to fail, I've found, especially on my printer. The whole bed doesn't quite print the same way throughout the whole thing. And what'll happen when I print multiple things is that bottom layer will invariably fail. So I keep it simple. I do small amounts of stuff so that when something goes wrong, I'm not out 16 hours of printing. Yeah, even the settings for the printer are like the first layer, it takes its goddamn time to do, because if it doesn't do that, everything goes wrong. Everything goes wrong. So the advantage on the reprint, when I reprint this, I'm going to have this stuff against the bed, so I won't need as much support material, so it'll print faster. And then the side of this piece that's visible is going to be against the bed as well. I wanted to have that top layer aesthetic on this thing, but if I'm going with translucent material, I want it to be glassy. This is a flathead screwdriver. This is what I'd use to pry the support material. But yeah, I'm going to have much fewer. Not much fewer. There's going to be almost no support material for me to pry out. Almost. The screw holes will have support material in them, which I don't particularly like, but I just have to live with it. That looks so much cleaner than what I had before. I wish I could get these to interlock a little bit more, but I don't know how I'd do that, save for needing like an absolute shit stack of support material to hold this thing up. But like, that is so much cleaner. These are nice and flat. Everything's happy. Perfect. All right, so let's go around and attach these, and then I'll see if my my scheme for fitting the PSU is gonna work. I'll show you guys that once I assemble the rest of this. For fitting the heatsink of the PSU. Yeah, what do I have mine set at? Hold on, let's see. Let me get a little bit of progress before I get distracted. This, I don't like what happened with these. It seems like on the same part of each one, they went a little weird. Some of them turned out fine. Some of them. Ah! Can you get that to? Nah. There's just going to be a gap there. I can't over tighten it or else it bows the middle of these. Actually, that one's just going to be like that. I think that's just how these went together. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh god, that was a dad sneeze, man. I just, whew. Surprised you guys didn't see like an air current flow through. Whew. Okay. Moving along, just attaching things to other things with screws. So over here, Now, I'm hoping that the screws sticking through the one part of this, well, they probably are going to interfere. And so I'm probably going to have to shave them down because these screws only come in certain sizes, certain lengths. Where's that screw hole? It's right there. There we go. No? No? Yes? There it is. These like rely heavily on the rail around it to support it. Yeah, I can't really help that is like that unless I made it like go down and then out a little bit so that this locks into the rail as well. That would have been the smart money. That would have been what I should have done. 2 millimeter go down and then 1 millimeter out, and then the other one has the other millimeter. So the two pieces are both being contained within that opening in the rail. That would have been the way to do it. Wouldn't have added too much, although it would need support material when I print. Because then the whole thing would have been held down and it wouldn't pop up in the middle like it is here. But I think what I want to do, well, how do I want to do I want to do that with the next version of this? I guess I could. I could actually alter that now and put it in. That wouldn't be too much editing of the files. We may have to shave this down a little bit to get it to fit properly. The screws, that is. Because the screws stick out a little bit. This one's sticking out a lot a bit. What are you doing? Get in there. There you go. A little bit more. A little bit more. There it is. There it is. This one too. I'm putting them in kind of loosely because if I over tighten these, they bow in the middle, which will not be a feature if I do the revision. Yep, there it is. There you go. That is a much cleaner look than it had before. Well, given that I didn't I didn't glue anything to make this happen, but these are still like a little loose, like you catch one and pry it up almost. What's up, grilling? Okay, so over here, what I've done is put a little gap in the material so that the heatsink will fit. This is thinner, and there are screws poking out of it over here. We might get away with that because I tried to give it 1 millimeter in each direction. And that screw hole might be within that 1 millimeter wiggle room, but you could fit a nut slot in the bottom, pieces to place a nut that screws can screw into. Well, I mean, that's what I have. This is they screw directly into the material here. But yeah, I think what I want to do in a revision of this is to have what I can do is alter what's there currently. Everything is going to need a little bit of support material to print, which would actually make it fit a little bit more snug into the rails, because technically I have 3 millimeters, but I've given it a 2 millimeter like mohawk or whatever you want to call it, this little 2 millimeter piece. Split that up so that half of it goes to the top support, half of it goes to the bottom support, and then when I fit it into the rail, this won't be able to happen. I think that'll solve a lot of the problems. It'll make it a little bit more annoying to print, but not by much. It already is very annoying to print. All right, so this fits in with the gap over here. Yeah, those are hitting. I have to shave those screws down on this side, but it still fits in like immediately. That's not that big of a deal. It still affects it a little bit though, so I'll have to do that later. I'll have to do that later. I think our priority now needs to be the carbon fiber. Let's see if I can find screws for the top. There aren't any. I think I put them all back in the thing. I'm not sure I understand what you're describing. That's the problem. Things are hard. Things like this are hard to explain on Twitch chat. Man, chat's quiet today. You guys are quiet. It's Thursday. Everyone's tired. Rugged and industrial. That's kind. There we go. Yeah, everybody's doing work. That's okay. That's all right. Personally, I think it looks like a McDonald's play place. I think that rugged industrial look will come out when I reprint the purple, because the purple's too. It's a weird color. I don't like this purple. Deeper blue. I want deep blue or deep purple. I could have gotten translucent blue, but I kind of wanted to go with purple because, we're on Twitch and everything. Why is that not? That's just not fitting in. Some of these are bent a little weird. Yeah, purple's more of a Twitch thing, huh? But I thought it would look good. I'm not wrong, because I'm always not wrong. But there we go. I needed to be deeper. Deeper color. It sort of contrasts with what I'm going for here. What's going on here? This is fitting weird, which probably means somewhere else is fitting weird. Oh, I see. It's just not engaging into that. And then that's like off by a little bit. It's like the Makerbeam is distorted, probably from my flimsy cutting of these. If I loosen that, it'll just kind of fall into place. It would be nice if I could just remove the top by undoing those four and putting them back in, but some of the weirdness of the dimensions are coming through. Last one. Over here. This one, everything's fitting in. I need to make a piece that that gets like a grub screw up here, that has a 2mm lump on it, basically, and goes on to the middle of these mid-span risers that I kind of put up. It looks like a low-res picture. I don't think Twitch encoding is having trouble with it, though. Looks like a giant game of Settlers Catan. All right, so this is going to get feet. I just haven't put the feet on there yet because we're taking stuff out and putting stuff in right now. We're still kind of getting it right. But this thing it's not light. This is everything in a normal computer. It's just in my own special cage. But yeah, that's got a look to it. It's got a particular look. Oh, the front corner. What? I thought I did that one. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, let's get the front corner then. I'm sitting here handling this thing, moving it all around. We're not done yet. We got to do the bottom piece. Now, this isn't, the contrast of this grating with the bottom plate of the PC, that's a problem because there's blue tape all over it. And it's not going to be blue tape in the end. It's going to be carbon fiber. So it's going to have a slightly different look. This blue and purple thing is probably what's mostly been bothering me about the case of the look of the case in this state. It's that blue, light blue and pastel purple that's really been kind of annoying me. I think that purple looks a lot better when it's up against carbon fiber, which we will now need to machine. I can't avoid it any longer. This panel's rattly a little bit. When I reprint these, they'll be a bit more accurate, and I'll do the design so that they stay in that trough better. But that's not. I'm not going to actually concentrate on that right now. Yeah, the mixture of purple with the orange highlights. I'm going to make the graphics card light up orange. It's currently in blue mode. And then this motherboard has some orange lights on it, not a lot. I could throw some orange LEDs in there, but I've also got 2 Nixie tubes that we will eventually build a case for and have them here. I don't even know what that screw is going to look like. So the motherboard also already has orange plastic on it. So we've got hexagons, anodized metal. I went with aluminum. It's a little brighter. Orange, purple, black, carbon fiber. Bob's your uncle. Oh, and the two power buttons up here will bring that carbon fiber look to the front. I'm going to do carbon fiber plate, and then I'm going to have to print something that goes behind it that'll take 4 screws, 4 countersunk screws. 60 to 100 for Nixies. But that's all. There's a 5-volt, 200s of volt thing. I don't know why people are always so bothered by Nixies being around computers. You guys know somebody made a Nixie wristwatch. Like, we have the technology to create hundreds of volts on these little circuit boards. Purple, orange with red for your CNC. Ah, those are some bombastic colors. No, I've got all the chips on there for the Nixie. I just haven't actually done anything with the Nixies. I can show you what it would look like. Oh, if I could get to that folder. Project, stream. Ah! Thank you for following. Oh, it's gonna storm something fierce around here soon, I think. Is the purple trim all one piece? No, I had to do multiple pieces. My 3D printer is not large enough. Yeah, it's this. There is like a clasp piece that sort of sandwiches the thing down, and then it's got this long spans on top of the grating, and then it's got another spans under it. So where is it? That see, that locks into the rail, and then that holds the grating down. But I'm thinking I can take this piece, and instead of this piece being flat, I can get rid of 1 millimeter of this right here, and then have the other top piece fit into that and contain that 1 millimeter right here. It'll be a little awkward, but I think it'll work. 1 millimeter structures on a 3D printer are not incredibly reliable, but I think I can get it to work. That'll mean that when this prints, it's going to need support on the outside of it, which I think will be okay. I think it'll be okay. I hope it'll be okay. I don't know. I'll try it. I got a lot of translucent 3D print material on its way to evaluate what the colors look like coming out of getting pooped out of my printer. Yeah, and then that side is fitting a little weird because the screws are hitting up against the heatsink right now. Oh yeah, the Nixie tube. I meant to show you guys that. I've had that Nixie tube set up for quite some time. Bonk? Why bonk? What bonk? Why did phone bonk? Oh, yeah, my extremely expensive terrible wireless service. I have a grandfathered unlimited plan, and it's very expensive. So yeah, here are the Nixie tubes that I'm going to be running in the computer working. No, I'm not going to use the 300 volt DC in order to... No. This is it running off of 5 volts. This is it just running off of USB power. So I'm not going to have it count numbers, but what I will have it do is display something like current through the power supply. I've got a chip on the power supply that does like an analog readout of how much current is being used in the thing, and I'm not using it. I actually didn't install it on the circuit board currently, but I can run those pins to a little connector, and then I'll sneak the connector over to this side of the PC. So when I do turn that on, and it's not going to be permanently on, but when I do turn that on, I can see how much current the power supply is using up of the 52 available amps. I get a reading above 52, I'm going to be like, oh God, what do we do? 52 is kind of like the over-under. But it's really cool to watch Nixies because they count in 3 dimensions because they're just plates on top of one another. My only fear is that all of the digits aren't really going to be very used on that. I want to get the most out of my Nixies. But again, part of the stress of this project is that I am moving forward with this. You know, I'm going to continue to move forward with this. Get a slot machine routine. I could. It's an Arduino. I could even hook the Arduino up to an FTDI and permanently connect it to the computer. Running a slot machine routine will preserve the Nixies. What'll preserve the Nixies is having them on a power button and not turning them on all the time. 52 amps at 12 volts. That's what this special power supply is that I built. When I originally did this form factor PC, it was to do like a media center PC. I was just starting to move out of owning a laptop for school, and I wanted to do like a big project where I did something really excellent. And I figured I built one small form factor PC that was supposed to not have any fans in it, which was cool for the first 5 minutes, and then it would overheat, and then it would die. So that was fun for a little bit. I got everything to kind of like work for just a little bit of an amount of time until it blue screened. That thing used a big brick, a big laptop brick to give it power. I went, man, I wonder if I can find a power supply small enough to go into this little small form factor PC. Started looking around. No, I couldn't. There was nothing. This is before the days of the whatever those designer, little tiny, absolutely minuscule power supplies were. Those didn't exist. So I was looking all over the place for something that could actually power an entire PC. I didn't find anything. I had analyzed a device, not a device, but I had analyzed a blown up version of one of these power supplies, and I was like, man, this is good engineering. And so I looked into it, and I found the modules. They were pricey, but hey, first paycheck out of college, I was having a good time. I was looking all around, and I called them up. I did a little social hacking. Said I was with a company. Yeah, I'm with something or other incorporated. They're like, all right, we're not allowed to sell to individuals. But anyway, I got them to sell me the modules that I wanted, configured them, put them together, blew them up multiple times. That was expensive. And then got this thing together on a perforated prototyping board to run my old computer. From there, I upgraded stuff to modern hardware, figured out the PCIe, all that stuff, figuring out how to get things mounted so that they're nice, flipping the graphics card on its ass because the fans are on top, and I was sick of sucking table air into my computer. So putting the graphics card upside down on a riser cable was a big deal. That helped me out quite a bit. The way it was before, the graphics card was flipped over and it had a right angle adapter, which wasn't that great. The cable really frees things up and allows me to make this look like a VCR. These dimensions are, of course, very similar to the old small form factor PC that I bought. It was a nice case. It was a German case. But then I found out about Makerbeam, and I figured I could make an open air version of it with my own heatsink, and that's when I put together this little bastard right here with the laptop fan on it. Now this laptop fan, and I've given this explanation 1,000 times, but I feel like I should do it again. By the way, this is my friend in the city who runs that big art shop, was really excited to cut this because he got to put it on his rotary table, which he didn't get to use very much. So this thing right here, this little guy right here, is a Dell laptop fan. It's a particular model number. There are a bunch of different versions of it. There's a 5-volt version and there's a 12-volt version. So I had the 5-volt version on this thing, and everything on that power supply was being powered off of a little low dropout regulator, a little LDO, a little 5-volt LDO. That actually got way too hot, and I was concerned about how much current I was requiring out of a little LDO. It wasn't the same like SOT 223 that I've got on there. It was like an SOT like 23 or something. I forget. I don't remember package sizes that well, but it was too small, made too much heat. So I upgraded the voltage regulator, and so I ran that board with 5 volts on that voltage regulator. Still seemed to get a little hot. Got the 12-volt version of this fan when the 5-volt version of this fan seized up, stopped working. This thing got really, really hot. These things took it like a champ. Because they're like super industrial rugged kind of stuff. Vicor power supplies are insane. So when that happened, I switched this thing over to 12 volts, and I did a little bit of circuit modification on that board in order to run 12 volts out to the fan. That ran for a long time very, very well, and it was moderately quiet. It still sounded a bit like a vacuum cleaner when it was running at full tilt. Then That one seized because they use these absolutely hateful oil impregnated bearings on these things. So that bearing went, this thing seized, and so I bought a couple more of these fans on eBay. Well, I didn't check to see what voltage they were, so I actually ended up putting a 5-volt fan on the 12-volt power thing. So what would happen, like booting up Valheim, everything would start spooling up, all the fans would be moving all this crisp, clean air from outside through themselves so that they could cool themselves to the absolute best of their ability without water cooling. I would love to water cool this thing, and I have aspirations to water cool it. There's no room for radiators. I want to water cool the power supply too. I need to do a redesign, and I've got some pieces of that already. Anyway, without water cooling, you know, everything was doing its best to keep itself cool. This thing would spool up, and it would sound like a goddamn jet engine spooling up. This thing was loud, and it would run loud and angry. And my friends at LAN parties hated it. So, before the LAN party that was scheduled 2 weeks ago, I forget, I decided to do a bunch of revisions, and the revisions were actually good. The revisions were not going to be this extensive. They were going to put 4 60mm fans on the outside, and I would have made a little adapter to go from this rail to the 60mm fan that would just stick out of the side. For a while, I had been working on upgrading that heatsink to something with greater surface area and more quieter fans. So that's where this project came from. That's why, like, the emergency computer project became, I'm going to redo my gaming computer, became, oh no, I don't have a computer, this is all we're going to work on. So we're getting to the point where this can start to come to an end, because I'll do all the reprinting on my own, the slight redesign and the reprinting of the rail holders. Tommy T, I can't just like drop everything and look at stuff like that. Mini switch modes in a TO220 package. Only 1 amp, but at $3 it'd be fine for a fan. I don't think an amp was okay for, well, anyway, the fans on here now are 12 volts, and they're being controlled through a PWM pin. I've got an ATtiny85 on this thing that's monitoring 2 temperature probes, and then spooling up the fan. I replaced the LEDs with orange LEDs too, so we're going to have orange in this area. I've got a fan on the front now that's going to be connected to the motherboard. What I need to do is cut holes for all of the cables that are going to power this thing. Then I need to find my silicon jacketed hobby wire and make custom lengths that are going to drop under the carbon fiber sheet in this little bit, this like 7mm that we've got under here. Those are going to go over to the location and up. I don't know what's going to hold them in down here other than tape for the time being. And then we also have to, and I don't know if I need to make a mount. I probably don't make a mount. I probably just Velcro, just use the 3M dual lock and attach the hard drive underneath everything. Now there will be feeties on this, so this will sit up a little bit. Also, that helps for cooling down here. Ah, cut my nail. Yeah. All right, so let's get this thing apart then. We got to take everything out of here. It's all got to go. I could just pull the carbon fiber plate like it was a tablecloth, but yeah, you know, I could have used what is that thing called? Hold on, let me find it. I was thinking of using it, but I didn't end up doing it because you have to do like machine code in order to run it. It's such a pain in the ass to use a microcontroller that only fits your needs. Those are the tinies. I have them somewhere. I don't know. I won't be able to find them. But using the 6-pin ATtiny to run temperature and fans, I don't know if it has enough in it to actually run a 1-wire interface for the Dallas temperature sensors. Yeah, all right. I can't find it. I'm not gonna look for the surface mount part right now. An ATtiny is fine. It's not too much. What I was also going to do is have the ATtiny85 see the amount of current that was being used by the power supply and spool up the fan. But Redditors talked me out of doing that for some reason. I forget what they said. Just do it with temperature. It's fine. I was like, oh, I wanted it to be a little bit more complicated, but Oh well, the thing's worked fine for many, many, many years. Thermal cams got hot. Not much. I don't know what's blocking. Oh yeah, that's just where my hand was. Look where my hand was. Letting the days go by. Constantly got that stuck in my head. All right, guys, I have work to do. Let's get to work. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Ugh. Bill One Eye says that the package that he was sending me with a bunch of stuff in it got rejected. Sending stuff from overseas is a harrowing affair, guys. People want to send me stuff, but if you're overseas, you got to know that it's going to be an incredible expense and effort on your part. There's nothing I can do about that either. And I am not gonna contribute financially to having you guys send me stuff. But if you do send me stuff, keep in mind that it is like sending it to the garbage. It's like an expensive way to throw something out. There's no guarantee that I'm gonna actually do anything with the stuff you send in on the air, unless you're a moderator. And then you've put in hours. You've actually worked for me. And so the kickback is that I will work on stuff to assist you. Hence the OctoJ tablets and stuff. And OctoJ's just been a friend for a long time too, so I would do that for Dewey and Fat and On as well. But yeah, I just wanna make that clear. Like, stuff that gets sent into me is like, it's as good as gone. It's as good as gone. If you want to put the incredible effort into it, I applaud you. There's even a chance that I don't do anything with it on air. Ah, my glasses. I almost kicked my glasses off. Okay. All right. So I got to get the bottom plate out of this thing without too much fanfare. I think the way we designed it now, things should come out of this pretty easily. Now, you guys remember, I took the pencil and I marked the bottom plate. So we should be able to get everything out of here. And then the bottom plate will have all the markings that I need in order to create the mounts for everything. Just where am I going to put the hardware? Where am I going to put this hardware where it won't get harmed? On the desk, I guess. On the bench it goes. Yeah, it'll be interesting when we take this thing and I make it a case. Actually, oh boy, I'm gonna have to break this in order to rebuild it out of the different filament when I choose a color. See, this thing is falling apart as I try to remove it. Just don't slide them. Nomadic Wanderer. Thank you for following. Insta follow. Appreciate it. This is my old gaming PC that I've run for many, many years. We're doing a visual update on it, possibly a bit of a functional update on it, in that I've 3D printed tons of shit to hold on these hexagonal grids. As soon as I saw the shenanigans. Hey Farva, what's that place with all the funny shit on the walls you like? With the mozzarella sticks? Alright, man, this is base plate. Alright, let's get this sheet out of here. It'll be nice to have everything mounted though. I will be happy for that. Let me get the wiring. So with carbon fiber, it is going to be producing a really, really bad dust. Like really bad dust. This dust is not to be trifled with. This dust will have very fine particulates in it, and it can potentially even get through a vacuum cleaner filter. The advice that I received from Gonad, who's worked with a lot of carbon fiber in his day, is to get it a little wet. So I'm going to put just like a wooden board on the mill. We're going to run at higher speed And I'm going to squirt this with a spray bottle, much in the same way I should squirt chat for being too horny. I'm gonna have to reevaluate which, like, some of these are like loose. Why is it loose? Shouldn't be loose. Shouldn't be loose. Man, if I had known all of the dimensional requirements earlier, you know, man, I really should have moved all of these holes. This is extensively machined, by the way. I can't go backwards on this, unfortunately, unless I bought a new heatsink and recut it. But I did a lot of stuff to make sure that the dimensions were just right for the heatsink. You can see I did the troughs and the holes in order to make sure that I could put fasteners through this side into the posts that hold it up on the other side. But man, if this were CAD, boy oh boy, would it have been a much smarter thing for me to do to drop this down so that it was even with the bottom of the case, and then scoot this up as far as I can get it so that I didn't have to do a cutout in the top panel. I built this with the intent of dropping the grating into that channel again. But now that I'm not doing that, it doesn't quite fit right. It's, oh man, that really bugs me. Because I can't just drop this whole thing down, because then the carbon fiber sheet that protects this from your finger poking won't be there. Drat. What a shame, what a shame. I mean, I could cut the carbon fiber up so that there is just like a big gap, and then this thing drops a little lower down. I don't know, I don't think I like that though, because then the carbon fiber sheet isn't pressed up against anything, and it'll just be able to scooch forwards and backwards. So it could actually scooch in this direction and then fall out and drop down. Yeah. Yep. Now we haven't even tested this thing now that I rebuilt the circuit board. I'm pretty confident in it, but we don't have the ability to test it for a little bit. I still need to make the wiring for it. All right, let's move on to carbon fiber. So, most of the stuff that I have to drill, big hole towards the edge. That, I'm gonna have to figure out where the holes for it are. This is the thing that holds the, holds up the, what do you call it? Holds up the graphics card. How do I figure out where those holes are? I didn't put them through the panel. Why didn't I put them through the panel? That's curious. Why didn't I do that? So do you just machine and 3D print your own pieces, or do you have a site you could recommend for case mounting and building? This is all this stuff for me, at least. The outer frame is done in Makerbeam, and then I personally, using Fusion 360, have made all of the stuff that fits into the side, that fits into the Makerbeam stuff. So, you know, I start with numbers, I build boxes, and then I try to make them a little bit fancy, depending on what my needs are. That's it. That's all I've been doing. So basically, it's a lot of measuring, and then you make a sketch, and then you extrude that sketch, and then I 3D print what I extruded. So there's the sketch that's got all the stuff on it, and it's a lot of stuff. Figuring out, you know, how to do the dimensions of the corners and things like that, and then putting it all together in a way that is partially parametric, so that I can edit the stuff later on down the line. This is Fusion 360. It's AutoCAD Fusion 360. There is a free version of it. It's a little bit limited in the free version, but it's you can function around it. And the parts that I imported, these Noctua fan models, are from GrabCAD. Stuff like Noctuas and stuff like that are fairly common. So good stuff. Some people would say, you know, you can use Blender, you can use, you know, all kinds of different stuff. Use all kinds of different programs in order to build this stuff. We actually need, because I can't see these holes and I can't mark them properly, I can actually just take measurements here. Yeah, apparently using Blender is not great for this kind of thing. I haven't tried it, so I wouldn't know. GPU holder. There are the holes for the holder. Ha ha ha, get it? All right, what are the dimensions here? I could use the measure tool, but this is the original. 4x4, 4x10. Eagle or FreeCAD. Eagle is part of Fusion 360, and that does circuit board design and allows me to take circuit boards into physical design, which I really love. I really enjoy that. Never heard of Blender for CAD? You need to talk to the other Lone Star. Okay, yeah. Anyway, I need to mark the mounting holes for these two pieces. So I need to figure out where the hard line is on this thing. So what I think I need to do is find the center of the face, because the marker has a little bit of depth to it, and I kind of want to get this right. So let me, I need the marker. Where did the marker go? Did I have it out? I didn't have it out. There it is. I'm running out of space over here. The contrast between the blue tape and the black marker is not that great. So if that's here, do I have a larger square? Oh, you guys can't even. You guys are looking at my head. There we go. Try to get that as parallel as possible. Problem is I have the corners on 90-degree corners, but then I chamfered them. So how do I get that number out of this? So what I'm going to try to do is find the center of the faces and draw an X, and then I'll go off of that center in order to position everything. Okay, so that, God, this thing's getting rusty. Dave CAD before Blender. Dave CAD being a post-it note. Ruler. Where did the small one go? I had it out. I was showing you guys stuff. I had the ruler out. Everybody was laughing. We were having a good time. Everything was great until it disappeared. Where did it go? Usually I put it back in the same spot. It's probably under all this crap. Calling all of my computers, my whole gaming computer, and I'm like, this is crap. Where did the ruler go? Fuck. I totally lost it. I don't know where it is. It's gone. It's gone forever. I'll never see it again. I'll use the big ruler, I guess. The little ruler would have been a perfect thing to use here. I could find it. What did I do with the ruler? This is gonna bug me just because look, it's a good ruler. I like it. Did I drop it? No, I didn't drop it. I didn't drop it. That's impossible. I'm actually gonna get a Red Bull because I'm starting to get a little parched. I know I'm working at a snail's pace, and if you guys haven't noticed, I've done everything absolutely possible in my power to avoid drilling out the carbon fiber plate. Index C, sub to the Prime. By the way, if you have a Twitch Prime, the plate just fell over and made a big noise. That was nice. If you have a Twitch Prime sub, it does not remind you that you should be using it on somebody's channel. So your favorite Twitch streamer is there like, man, I wish I could get that Twitch Prime, but they just forgot. So you can use it wherever you want. You just got to remind yourself every month to use it. But Twitch Prime is free with Prime. And it's just the same exact thing as a regular sub. And it's $5 that Jeff Bezos, well, he doesn't work at Amazon anymore. Now he just goes to space. Anyway, it's $5 that he doesn't have to go to space. Index C, thank you so much for subbing, man. Appreciate that. Switch up with the board. If you don't know, this is my automated laser etching quote-unquote table. It is a shit ton of Python 3 running on a Raspberry Pi in order to turn names into G-code instructions. What you just saw was the result of that. So if you sub to this channel, or if you gift a sub, you or the giftee goes up on the board. Fibby was reminded of their prime. 10 months! Fibby, thank you so much. Happy to remind you of that prime. That sweet, sweet prime money. Here we go. Here's the, it's actually water cooled, believe it or not. Raspberry Pi. Boy howdy does it not need to be. But we're gonna wait on the Twitch API. That's there's a little below the blue LED. There will be a little cascade of lights that will indicate what stage. There we go. That was Fibby's name going in, getting processed, and now being turned into G-code that's being streamed to a little XY table controller. That was like, it's such an obscure controller that we couldn't find any information on it. Oh, there's another sub too. It's coming in. I'll go check up on it in a minute. There we go. Well, bam. Up goes Fibby. Oh no, that was Fibby. Never mind. PIFIBBI MISSISSIPPI. Fibby, welcome to the world. Celebratory fart. He does that when he gets nervous, yeah. What? Wait, Branson going up in space first since Bezos has relegated his duties. But I thought the reason that he relegated his duties was so that he could go to space. I thought he relegated the duties so that he could go to space without ruining his company. I don't know how this stuff works. I just know how to build computer. That's what we're gonna do. You do a little bit of layout. This is 16 ounces of Red Bull. This is why we're doing it on the pillar drill, because I don't trust myself to drill anything with this much Red Bull in my system. Red Bull gives you the shakes. I mean, wings. Ugh. So if the schedules hold, Branson's going to beat him? I hate Branson's designs. I don't know enough about it all. Okay, light, camera, ruler. Now, the ruler didn't show up. Didn't show up. It's gone missing. It's probably somewhere right in front of me. It's usually where these things end up, but we're gonna have a lot of Noctuas on this thing. When I can make that Y cable, we'll be able to fire this thing up at full speed, but I would like to get everything mounted in the case first, because that's a better sound test. Not under there. Oh God, I caused an avalanche. What did I do with it? This is gonna be irritating. I'm just gonna move stuff to the side here so that I can do a little bit of clean layout. It's gonna be like, man, it's a good thing I wasn't a surgeon. I'd be like, where's my watch? Doc, I'm ticking. How long do I have, Doc? 5 days. 4. Oh God! All right, anyway. Is it behind your ear? I would know because I never put stuff behind my ear, and that's so incredibly uncomfortable that, Oh, I put it up with the other ruler. I found it. There it is. Everything feels like it's out of focus today. I'm gonna keep you guys back here. Thermals are on just for fun. I feel like this camera maybe didn't initialize properly. I think it's just all the shiny stuff sending too much light directly back into the camera. This is not a great like lighting setup for streaming. I mean, I've managed to make it work, but when I originally got these desks, I put a bunch of these 24-volt LED strips up here, and really, to be fair, I should have taken a router to this panel before I did this. Taken a router to this and actually like really install them, because that would look freaking great. One day I'll do that. But anyway, this top rail is for a different type of desk. But I put all those 24-volt lights on it, and now they're at like a perfect bounce angle so that when I have stuff here, all of those lights, for instance, in the thermals, you can see them thermally reflecting off of this. This is like the perfect angle to have these things reflect into a camera constantly. Oh well, need the storage space. All right, so this is according to my lines, because that's how I'm doing this. I'm doing this according to the lines that I drew. We'll go outside to outside so that I can find a center. Outside to outside, 22. So we're going 11 in, which I'll do from 2 locations. From the outside of the line, 11 is here. That is not halfway. Hold on, what the fuck? 25, 6, 7, 27. God damn it. I've already screwed it up. 27. Why do I need a calculator for this? Why, oh why? Doing math on camera is impossible. 13.5. By now I should have memorized what 27 is half of. So 13.5. So 10, 11, 12, 13.5. So I'll just go between the 2 lines there. Over here, 10, 11, 12, oops, wait, 10, 11, 12, 13.5, right there. Take those 2 lines carefully. The problem with doing this kind of layout stuff is that I'm always inaccurate. I don't know what the tricks are to make it perfect. The real smart money would probably be on, and I was going to try to do this, but I don't think we have time. I was going to print just the first layer of this thing as a layout tool. So I could print just the first layer, and then I'd know where all of the holes are supposed to be, and I could properly figure that out. But we'll do it this way. I'll just struggle to get the lines in. This is very fiddly work. So I've got 51.5. 52. I'm calling that 52. Doing wrong math is still math? Yeah. 26. 26. Why did I put that in the calculator? I'm trying to work with the width of the pen here. Well, that's not quite... What line am I going off of? Let's go off of this line all the way over here, which puts us at 51, 50.5, actually. I'll take the cap out of my mouth so that you guys can actually hear me. I mean, the piece itself is 50 millimeters. So if I take it inside the line, that's 50 going inside of the line to inside of the line like it should. So 25 is here. And if I take that inside of the line over here, which is hard to see, but I can kind of see it, that would be another 25, and that would be here. Now, if this is off by a little bit, there is wiggle room in this. This has a little bit of wiggle room because this part of the graphics card is simply being held in place. It's not like vitally being held in place. I kind of planned on this to be a little bit inaccurate. I just want to make sure that the holes are all going to end up in the right spot. All right, so there's our center point right there. So how the hell do I do this then? I mean, I'll just add some construction lines to the center of this. The reason that I'm not going off of the edges is because I filleted the edges, and so they're at an angle now, and so I just don't feel like doing that math. So midpoint to midpoint. I guess we could take that one and go out from it, because there's too many other lines over there. Or I could do it, I could do it the right way. There. Okay, so there's our center mark. Now all I have to do is figure out my X and my Y. 8.5, 21. I really should put this on the microscope, shouldn't I? That might be a lot easier for me. I just love having this. I love having like a good drawing that I can base this off of. There you go. You get all the views in one. Oh my God. Let's move the microscope out a little bit. Let's see what we're seeing. Open the aperture. This camera does not get initialized like the other ones, so the video is a little worse. And I can initialize it, but I don't really feel like I need to on this. Okay, so that was, let's look at my numbers again. I don't have the computer view on this. There's too many things going on. 8.5 by 21. What a nice, even, sane number. Ten, 9, 8.5, right here. Boop. I'll do another one down here. Oh, actually, the other one isn't in line with that, so I don't need to do another one down there. It's only the top piece. Well, I'll still make a mark on this, even though this will confuse me later on when I have to do the other one. Wait, that was the wrong direction. This is the 21. Okay, all right. So before I get that wrong, this one is 21. Put another mark up here. Just try to stay out of the other section. 21. I gotta factor in the width of the marker. That's always the annoying part. I was off by a little bit on that, but that's all right. All right, and then it's 8.5 from this thing. 9, 8.5. I actually could just mark it right there. It doesn't. I don't need a perfect horizontal line from that. Width of the marker. Width of the marker. Jeez, this is so fiddly. All right, what's the lower quadrant one gonna look like from center? 15 by, again, 8.5. So, yeah, 15. Huh, neat. Okay, 15. And I do kind of want a nice vertical line. It's actually kind of hard to do like this. This is why I like scratching with the calipers. The caliper scratch does all this work for me of the minute measurements. Minute. And then 8.5. 10. Wait, no, that's the wrong direction. 9, 8.5. Here. This is sucks. We got to do this on one more device, and then we'll be able to start drilling for the capacitor block. Everything else, the motherboard. Actually, the motherboard we need to figure out too. We need to go to the ATX spec and figure out where all those holes are going to be. So this one is 8.5 by, what was it, 25? Let me check. 21, 8.5 by 21. So 21 is right here. Oh, where are we? There we go. 21. I'm going to do all this work, and then I'm going to drill it, and it's going to be totally off. The only time that I really have like great results with this sort of thing is when I mount the entire plate to the XY table and I use the DRO in order to measure these things out. Because then everything is square and I've got a perfect edge and I can take the numbers directly from CAD into the DRO. My pen is starting to leave a very large mark. 21. Oh yeah, that's 21. We need 8.5 from the center. Oh, this does the halves. I should have been using this side. Oh well, whatever. It's not like my marking tool is like the size of this thing. So 10, 9, 8.5 right here. Cut thrice, measure once. Yeah. Cut once, cut twice, measure again. You measure once, you're not going to measure again. Boy, the antics of GW, they seem almost homely now. Not homely, they're almost like comfortable. All right, so this one is 15 by 8.5. What a nice even number I made out of that. You know, I could have put these holes anywhere. Could have put them anywhere. I could have done this originally. Oh wait, but no, the marker's going to leave a mark. So that's tough because that mark is technically like here. I can't just use that edge because that'll be pushed over a little bit too far. Stupid marker having width. How dare it have width? Why can't I just project AutoCAD onto this? Actually, well, I could do that. It's called printing a printout. And then using spray glue to glue it on. 10, 9, 8.5. Right there. But that's why DRO directly into the thing. I mean, if I had a CNC, I was telling Gonad earlier today, we all need massive CNCs, every single person. All right, there's my holes. Did I do these upside down? I think I did them upside down. No, I didn't. I got them right. Ooh, I thought for a second there, I accidentally made this thing face this way. This is supposed to go here and grip that end of the graphics card. So I like putting tape on the part itself. Putting tape on the part itself, making holes. And then you transfer the holes over. The problem is well, I guess if you're doing it, because like if you're thinking you could just put the tape up on the wall, that's not going to work. I tried cutting, it needs to be symmetrical. I tried cutting something the other day. It didn't turn out well. Cut through my hold down bracket. Oh God. You'll feel solace if you watch one of those compilations of CNC fails. That's true. If all your parts are PETG and like, you know, 3D printable stuff, I guess you can just pop out another part, right? That's pretty handy. Yeah, I would love to have the ability to do CNC. All right, but they're loud. They're loud, and I don't know if I can have that level of loud. Finish sketch. And then I need the capacitor block. This is just basically, I had this hideous block of capacitors that I put rubber around because in my old case setup, I think I got a picture of it somewhere. Yeah, by the way, here's version 1. This is what gave me this size and the height and everything. This is that German case. I really liked the look of this. This is like very minimal. It was pretty hot inside though. I had what did I have? I had some kind of Radeon in there, and it had a hole in the bottom of the case, and it was one of those blower cards. So it pulled all the air from the bottom and just yeeted it out the back, which worked pretty well. But the power supply was also external and had the fan on it. It was a cool little case, but I decided to go fully custom from there. How do I get to my next? How do I? Oh, there we go. Okay. Why did the arrows disappear when you're zooming in? This was stress testing the power supply. So I had a big bundle of cables, and then I created a very high amount of current And then there is the block, what contains the capacitors. So this is testing the length of the capacitors, the stability of the voltage, and the cooling. It was very bright. Testing it with a soldering iron. Blah, blah, blah. Design, design, design. The original case was not very kind for all the equipment that needed to go in there. This is the capacitor block before I sealed it up, because in the new case, I basically just threw it into a cage of metal, and I did not want any of this stuff to short out. Oh, did I not include the metal oxide varistors? I thought I did. I might have soldered them on there later, and the bleed out resistors and everything. I thought those were on there. I don't remember. But either way, here, yeah, see here I'm sealing them in. Yeah, see, there's the thing for the MOV. What were the watts of those bulbs? I don't know. They were halogens, and when you run halogens, you can run them on DC. But yeah, it was a lot of watts. Yeah, this is the original. So there's the whole power supply, graphics card, block of rubber with a metal beam right next to it, and then car PC adapter and a shitty Zotac motherboard. It worked nicely. I didn't need an optical drive. There's the update. That worked pretty well for quite some time. This is the GTX 970, still on a cable though, a very short one, and that cable didn't really work out all that well. I upgraded the connectors because I almost had a fire. You can see here, I had holes for the Nixie tubes to go in. Never got around to it. This is how I lived my life before streaming. Yep. That's the making of the connectors. I have all of the cable connectors cut, and then I soldered wires to them, and then I plugged them into the card, and then put a piece of the circuit board over top of it. So this is how I created that 1080 socket. Oh yeah. This is my... I think I sent this schematic to to engineers at the company, just trying to work out what the circuit should be. But yeah, that was a really hastily made schematic. Where's... Oh, that's the last one in the thing. All right, anyway. So, there you go. But that's what's inside of this, is two massive capacitors. And I made it look like a radiator. It does. Yeah, the unicorn really does just bring it all together. Sketches. Sketch. That's the wrong sketch. This sketch. No. This sketch. This sketch. This sketch. This is the sketch that I want. So the reason I'm doing this center to center is because I can't trust the marks that I made. I cannot trust this to be the same as the marker mark. Because with the marky mark, what I did is I just put that thing down there and just drew around it. But the marker line is going to be off of that by a little bit. My 5-year-old designed this PSU, please review. Yeah, right? I'm going to spend $1,000 and let my 5-year-old work with 300 volts DC. Right, so that's over here. Let's take a look. Bonk. Over here, over here, over here, over here. I'm going to move the plate now. Hold on. Running out of room. Where are we? All right, let's do a little bit better of a straight down. Be cool to have this camera on something that was more automated, but it would take up a lot of space. All right, so this is the PSU. Sorry, the capacitor brick. My overall dimensions should look something like... Hold on, let me zoom out on the drawing. Uh-oh, where's... Oh, my mouse is like on the border between the two surfaces. Oh, I didn't do this one by dimension. I did this one by offset from my original. So I need to do an inspection and go from outside edge to outside edge. 69.1 millimeter. Nice. And the other one is 36.9. These are terrible numbers. These are absolutely terrible numbers. So 69. That looks just about there, doesn't it? Depends on where I am on the line over here. If I do it like this. Yeah, it's a little, see the mark is just a little bit outside. I have to find what the center of fucking 69.1 is. Ugh. Okay, I mean, I could measure 4x4 off of the faces, but I think what I need to do is I need to decide where the center is and go from the center. I think that's my best bet. So what is half of 60? And this one, by the way, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter that much if this one moves around because it is in open free space. So calculator, 69.1. Do I really need to? I'm just going to do 69. 69 over 2. 34.5. 34.5. These numbers are so dumb. Hold down the ruler. 30. 1, 2, 3, 5, 4.5. Right there. Do the same thing on one other position. We'll go down here, although this line, I don't even know if, actually, you know what? I don't even know if this line is a parallel. And my square, actually my square can help me with this. So if I just do that dot, and I take the square on the edge, I can't even see what I'm doing. Square on the edge, ruler against the square. Did I ever take a drafting course? No. Why? Am I doing anything right? Because I doubt it. I doubt I'm doing anything right. This tape is going to mess up my my squareness. I mean, I've been around this stuff for a long time. Yeah, I can draft beer pretty well. I can make a draft beer, although that requires refrigeration. Yeah, you know, I've just been measuring and marking things for a long time. I don't know if you're trying to, like, give me credit or not. I can never tell with Schmide. There's usually a barb with Schmide, though, so I shouldn't think he's complimenting me. He probably isn't. Okay, what was the width? It was some other hideous number. What was my hideous width number? Here to here. That would be... That one is... No, wait, that's the length. What am I... Wait, I'm going for the width. U to U. 36.9. The one thing I noticed, in drafting, you place the pencil down before measuring? How does that work? What do you mean? How's that supposed to work? Oh yeah, 36.9 over 2. 36.9 over 2 equal 18.4. Is that? Huh. That doesn't seem like... 18.4 does not... Well, I guess it is. 18.45. We'll make it 18.5 though, because remember this measurement is not all that important. That really doesn't feel like half, does it? That doesn't feel like half. Well, it doesn't matter if it's not, as long as I get just a decent center point from this. Of course, there's stuff in the way. I need to make sure the stuff doesn't interfere with my line, my squareness from the side of the plate. Sneak that in. Oh, I get what you mean. Oh, so you put the pencil on the line of the ruler, and then you draw the line? Oh. Drafting is stupid tricks for people that can't draw. Makes them draw normal. That's cute. All right, so wherever we've put that, probably need that to be a little longer. Damn it. I hate redrawing lines like this. See if I can get that to cooperate. I hate going over old lines because that width of the pen thing is so annoying. Yeah, I should probably like pick up a book on drafting. Learn some of the stupid tricks. I don't know how I'd internalize them, but like putting a pen down on this ruler would probably make it all gross. Of course, then you need to buy all the expensive drafting equipment, right? So we're going from a center line, which is going to make this even more annoying. Anti-666, technically rating with 100 viewers. How you doing, guys? What's Anti-666 been doing with 100 people? I mean, it says hosting, but I assume it's rating. Welcome to my shop, everybody. It's funny that it's Anti-666 is 999. Hello, everyone. Additional viewers. It's good to have you here. Welcome to my shop. If you guys don't know about this place, this is where I do all kinds of weird shit. What you're looking at right now is a board of people who have subscribed to this channel or have gifted subscriptions to this channel. I got a board on my wall that is a big, basically just list of subs. It's a Raspberry Pi powered Twitch API enabled subs board. What uses a bright blue laser to burn names. It processes and burns names. It's all on GitHub too, if you want to look at it. Right now we're working on my gaming computer because I'm a gamer, although it's seeming less so like I am because I haven't had a gaming computer for 3 weeks while I've been working on this thing. This is a redesign of my old gaming computer, which looks like a VCR. It's famously, actually, my friends have called it a VCR, and they still do. We are... Yeah, it is getting a little crowded on the board. The board, it's still got space. It's still got space. We've got like 1,000 names still that can go up on there, I believe. But so anyway, this gaming PC is just all the components laid out, and then it's using my very special power supply. I've had this for quite some time. The latest revision of it was from 2013, and I am improving it by putting quieter fans on it, because the fan I had on it previously was screaming. So this is a larger surface area heatsink with the 3 power modules on it. This thing takes 120 volts in, turns it into 300 volts DC, and then poops out 12 volts. And that 12 volts powers the motherboard and the graphics card. So 12 volts to the graphics card, that's going to use the lion's share of the current. That's very, very clean. And then the other bit of 12 volts goes into an automotive PC adapter. This thing can run, I think, 140 watts at all of the various voltages. So that plugged into the Mobo allows me to run all the different weirdo motherboard voltages off of 12 volts, graphics card off of the rest. Simplifies the power design. And in fact, that's actually the direction that computers are going these days, is to have one giant 12 volt power supply. But unfortunately, it requires me to run some weird stuff. Like, for instance, this brick, what has sealed in it, in rubber, 2 enormous capacitors. That's what we're trying to lay out right now, is the position of this. Once we're done that, I can do the ITX motherboard standoffs based on this little swoop-de-hoop right here. We can figure out what the position of the other screws are supposed to be, and then we'll jump on the milling machine, and I will use it like a pillar drill just to put holes into this thing, and some of them are much larger than others. Some of them have to have wires go into them. But once we do that, we can do a little bit of a semi-final assembly, and I'll have to figure out wiring from there. We're going to make a lot of progress on this PC today. I mean, we're trucking along. This is good stuff. What was that host? That was a weird host, Anti-666. You came in and there's like no new people. 100 hosts. Hold on. Let's investigate some stuff. Yeah, man. Twitch is all kind of broken, isn't it? Yeah, it was a host, not a raid. But the problem is, yeah, with the Twitch glitching out, if it is a raid, sometimes they come in as a host. It's so annoying. Twitch is so annoying sometimes. Corporations are people too. Well, Twitch is an annoying people. Stick! Thank you for following. All right, bop. So yeah, now I need to find from the center point. I don't have a, this is another one where I don't have a center point because I just took the object that I modeled to be the size of that brick, and I kind of rolled from there. So I just need to make a center dot on this. We're basing this on center points. Every time I try to measure something, I always get everything so horribly, criminally wrong that I've decided to just go from center points, and I think my life is going to be better this way, except for the fact that we have to use numbers like 28.550 or 12.450. Now, if I use the calipers, I can probably get that measurement, but I'm using rulers. I'm taking it easy. So 28.5, that extra 50 is completely useless. So yeah, 28.5, and are these all the same? Yeah, 28.5, 12.45. So I'm just gonna draw a box. Let's go back to this view. Man, oh man. So yeah, what do you guys do over there at Anti666? If anybody's still around. Everybody's like, well, I'm out. I'm out. All right, 28. Oh, it didn't retain the measurements. I have to not put down the box in order to still see what Fusion tells me the measurements are. Let's go here, there. I'm just gonna leave that up. I just leave the mouse on there. Yeah, my mill has a DRO, but it's not really gonna work out. I don't have a way to mount an entire plate at the moment. I could put the hold downs and use the 1, 2, 3 blocks and all that jazz, but I'm just going to use it like a drill press. This doesn't need anything more than a drill press. As long as I'm careful with these measurements, we should have holes that are in mostly the right places. Excuse me. 28.5. 30, 29, 28.5. If I was to take the next 5, I guess I could do it there-ish. But I mean, my marker is so large that that's not really going to make that much of a difference. So go out here. Just barely on the line. Anti666 subscribed. Oh yeah. No, that wasn't 20. 30, 29, 28.5. It's like here. Did I get the other one close to that? We're going to put Anti666 up on the board. Subbed in advance for 3 months. That's awesome. 30, 29, 20. Yeah, you're right. 28, 30, 29, 28.5. Eh. There you go. This is where all of my measurements go wrong. I'll use the square to make sure I get that. All right, let's put Anti666 up. I hear the board. The board's working. Pop. 3 months in advance. Okay. Whew. We're doing it, chat. We're getting there. We're going to make it. We're going to make it out. We're going to win this one. I'm really, I don't know. If I really wanted to do a number on this thing, I could have mounted that plate to the mill, and I could have planned out all the locations in Fusion. I could have put all the parts together. Could have put all the parts together and positioned them properly and everything, and then use the DRO extensively just to take me out to all of the different locations. But if I was going that far, why not mill some, troughs and stuff? I always use metric. Anti666, you're right above the Great Carmelino. That's the wrong control. There we go. Pop, 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 pop. There we go. You're above the Great Carmelino, and by Lillian Apple and Foldster. There's a Lars Raz over there. A Plague Pet. Jake Programming. All kinds of people sitting around there. Okay, back to what I was doing. Bonk. So, measuring it with this, using the square, which I lost, there it is, to just put up against here to give me as straight of a line as I can tolerate. It's not going to be perfect. It never is. It's not going to be perfect, but it'll be as close to a straight line as I think I can muster. We do have a little bit of wiggle room with these. If I turned off thermals, this would be less of a busy view, but whatever. So, all right, put that there. Get that flat. Push that up against that. Move that until it is even with my mark. And I really only needed one mark, to be honest. I guess the other mark could be there just to... Wait, what's going on here? Jeez. Okay, it's like that. When I go to drill these, of course, I'm going to always be off by a little factor, aren't I? That was the one that I put in the wrong location. So 28.5 off of that. The 28.5 off of this. Hold on, I lost my numbers over here. I moved the mouse. Gotta get my numbers back. I want to make sure that I remember them. Yeah, 28.55. 25, 6, 7, 8, 5, 5, right about here. On the tip of the line. My line is crooked. What have I done? $28. Why does it? That doesn't look straight at all. Something. There's all kinds of stuff getting in the way over here. Right about there, right? Right about there. That looks so crooked. Well, as long as it's straight based on the other lines, it looks okay, I guess. I mean, when I laid the thing down on the surface, it wasn't straight, but that's why we're running off of CAD. Everything is perfect in CAD. All right, so according to CAD, Sir Fugglezang saying, "What's up, nerds? How's it going?" 12.45. All right, so we'll S Fugglezang now has to go up on the board. Let's do that real quick. Let's go over to the BTS. Bop, 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 bop. Man, these floors are looking really bad. This computer project has kind of put me in a spot here. I need to redo some stuff on the back of my desk too before I put this thing back into effect. What I really should be doing is redesigning my entire desk, because I've been meaning to do that for ages, but I need to build like a linear miter box for my circular saw, my little handheld circular saw. And then I'll be able to cut the rails really nice and clean. And that's also required for Burn the Subs 3. So that's like a natural project that's coming up. The responsibilities of running a board like this. I am going to have to replace this board too. That'll be at some kind of an emergency time. Welcome to the board. Thank you for the 9 months. Sir Fugglezang. I don't know how else to say that. I feel like I'm going to say something horrible. You're right by Eat My Twisted Sister and Eric 80 and Turtle Flower. There's a Fatanon right there. All right, back over to what I was doing, which is measuring stuff to within an inch of my own life. So our next hole is 12.45. So pen, get it right up on that line. 10, 11, 12.5. Our accuracy is like plus minus 0.5. We're really bad at this. 10, 11, 12.45. Okay, hold on. Do it again. 10, 11, 12.45. Right. Yeah. That one's going to have to be a little bit like midline. All right, so now I need to go off of the edge of the board, and there just happens to be one of the hold downs over there. Just the right spot to annoy me. This. Make sure everybody's placed up against each other properly. This thing is sitting flat against the board. Why is that? Ah! Submarining. It's going under it. The tape is not doing me any favors here. All right, there's that, and then, ugh, where's my line? Oh, I need to go way over here. Okay, it fell off by a little bit. I guess it's good enough. I mean, that's where the hole is going to be. Probably should circle those just so I know. Oh yeah, look at that circle. That was a good circle. Oh yeah, beautiful, beautiful circle. All right, and then I have that dot right there. Get that one in. The motherboard is going to be much more difficult to lay out than this. This line here, and make sure that's flat. Get that right up against there, a little bit further up because of the marker. I don't know what the width of the marker is. Be nice to have that as like a numerical thing, but there's the marker, and then line all the way down. And it moved at the end, but it luckily was in position right when I went over that. Look at that, right there. This is why I fail at everything. All right, this, and then this. Okay, somewhere around here, I need a big cable hole, and I'm probably gonna base it on this and just take a big drill bit. I'll start with small drill bits and just use a big drill bit in that area to punch a hole and everything, ruin it. Because this is where all of the cables for the motherboard basically come out. The power cable, the front panel buttons and LEDs, the SATA cable, the SATA power cable, that all needs to use this. Yikers, big yikes. Okay, so, is there a name for that type of hole? You can go look up holes in your own time. I have no authority on this. All right, the big mark is this one here. I sort of semicircled the post. I don't know what that distance is going to be, though, because these posts are from drones, and they've got a hexagonal bottom. Let me just grab one real quick. I want to get them in a good spot, because the motherboard and the graphics card are very much up against one another. That's basically it. I don't know what that distance is. I could use the calipers, but I'm notoriously bad with the calipers in terms of measuring. It's a power hole for my power bottom. I mean, computer bottom, my power PC build. Oh man, how in the hell do I do this? I guess I can do, hold it down, circle it. I got more marker on the thing itself, yeah. Luckily that just wipes off, but I could try to find the middle of that mark and just see if it has any kind of a logical position. Because I should explain, the motherboard is going to hang over this surface a little bit, because there is a 10mm rail that this thing fits into. So it is over the line just a little bit. I don't want to put it on the line because there's that grading section. The previous computer just had, what was it? Actually, the previous computer had two pieces of the beam up against one another. I mounted it like this. And then this additional beam section gave me the mounts for the motherboard. So it was technically, and I'm not going to use these dimensions, but it was technically like 5 millimeters in, which is, I don't think we can do, yeah, we can't do 5. It's something like 4, maybe even 2. Oh, let me just take a look at this. I want to see what this kind of looks like. Excuse me. That was a big gross burp. That might be 4 millimeter in. The problem is, if I base this on a real number, if I actually put this to 4 millimeters, then the motherboard might not fit. Might be in the wrong place. Wrong place, the wrong time. Space Cop. Does that look like it's about the halfway point? What do you guys think? That's 3 millimeters in. 3 millimeter in, and then the hole that I'm going to need is, check what size this fastener is over here. I got to grab it. Okay. .8. So yeah, 3 millimeter in for a 3 millimeter hole. All right, we'll use 3 millimeters. Try it. You can tell I don't like the numbers when I make a noise like that. So I need to do a 3 millimeter mark across the entire edge of the carbon fiber plate. I need a drafting table for this. 1, 2, 3. Right there. You need to try the marker trick? Nope. Nope, no marker trick. It probably works better with a pencil. 1, 2, 3. And I'll make a couple more marks so I don't get it wrong. Do one out here. I'll use the big ruler to do this. 1, 2, 3. Way out here, because there's another hole for the motherboard. This standoff up here needs to be in the exact same position. 1, 2, 3. Right there. All right. I can't see these. I need to lean over the camera here. Or you guys get to struggle to see as much as I do. There we go. There. And then where is the other marking? I made one here. One here. Can't see the other one. It was like somewhere over here, but there's a reflection off of the tape that I can't. I gotta stand up and like squish my face into this thing to see it. There it is. Yeah, black and blue aren't the most registerable colors for markings. This is real close to the edge. I'm a little nervous about this. Did I even leave a mark up there? I did. Okay. That doesn't look like half. That doesn't even look like 3 millimeters. What the hell's going on here? Hold on. That don't look right. Oh, yeah, it does. That actually does look right. Okay, fine. I'm going to be real miffed when I have to take a file and extend the hole this way a millimeter because it wasn't quite in the center of that post. But if I were to fit everything together again, I would need to build everything back into the case. And if this thing is approximately on that hole, factor in the parallax of the camera. Does it feel like I'm off by a millimeter? I mean, in this instance, millimeters count. Every single millimeter counts. And the distance I'm just gonna like measure it just for sanity. Nah, it's close enough to 3. As makes no difference. If this is pushed this way too far, the motherboard is going to hit up against the post and it won't fit. If I do it too far in that direction, nobody's going to see it, but I'm going to have to take a microfile and I'm going to have to file in that direction. No, like I said, I can't do a fit check. Well, I guess I can kind of do a local fit check. Let's see here. No, I can't get that beam out. I can't really do a local fit check. I can do this. Put that up against there, and then take this. I gotta put this back on. This is actually the one that we're measuring from. This thing is heavy. Elongate the mobile holes. Yo. Can't believe you'd say something like that on my channel. Well, the problem is I actually don't, I don't know. Hold on. I can't get a good angle of this. So that there goes up and over all the way to here. And the motherboard is over the line, and then it gets out of the way right there. So I think that's actually good. Is the screw cap going to be able to fit? Ooh, there's a question. Uh-oh, hold on. This'll Ah. Yeah, that'll fit, right? No. I hope. I hope that'll fit. Looks like it will. Yeah, that'll fit. That'll fit. Okay. All right, so the screw cap will fit. Man, that's going to be a little weak because it's so close to the edge. I guess it'll be all right. So there's that. Let's find at least near enough as makes no difference to the center of this, which is tough, actually. Wherever it crosses the line, it would be, let's use the finer. We need finer marks. I'm just going to take, well, that wrinkle right there is not doing me any favors, and my line is starting to fade away. Reinstate my line over here. This is where I make all the mistakes, right? Please dry off so I can actually use this properly. Where's the center of that? Here's the question. Use a washer to help me find center. No. Problem is, this thing is not necessarily at a flat angle, and it's got a hexagonal part to it. So it's like, where the hell do I put center? Where do I put center? I can dead reckon it and just go, it goes here. If I mess that up, then the motherboard pushes forward too far. I'm just gonna dead reckon it right here. Move this back a little bit. Motherboard, after all, can move this way, but I'll be so angry at myself when I mess this up. How does that look? I can't tell. You guys are also dealing with parallax. I gotta hold it up like this so that you guys can get a straight up and down view. Yeah, I think that'll work. I think I'm okay with that. I cut 3 times and it's still too short. I know. All right, so what are the locations of the screw holes on a mini ITX motherboard? Well, I have that in a file. See what I'm doing? I'm taking careful pains to locate that hole. Now, if I took the overall width of this thing, the width and the length, that might have been a better idea. That gets into much larger measurements, but then I could probably have put a nice center mark on this thing. Everything about this is asymmetrical. There's a hole here. There's a hole all the way on the edge here. There's one sort of like mid computer that's not used. There's one over here in the corner. Like the corner ones are kind of consistent. And then they moved this one up here for the USB slots. It's a big mess. And what I would love to do is find the center of this and place that. But I think I'd mess up with the larger measurements. So I am locating one of the holes, and now I need to figure out the location of the rest based on that one. What a pain in the butt, huh? So, all right, let's, here, let me get out of this operation because Fusion will throw a little fit that it's not able to auto-save because I've not finished a command. Anyway, we don't need that anymore. Close this thing up. Did I leave the square edges on it? No. Why isn't it showing that? Why did it destroy 3 of my steps at the end here? That was weird. Why would you do this? That's messing with the timeline. This is how my files get messed up. And I love how it loves orthographic view. It's like, this is not what that looks like. That looks like I've printed it out on a piece of paper to cut out. No, I want perspective. Did I not? Perspective, and then it looks normal. Jeez, it messes with your head. Ortho versus perspective. Okay, we don't need this. I guess you can go ahead and save because I didn't change anything. We don't need you anymore. Leave those up. Doesn't really matter. Actually, I don't need AutoCAD. Get out of here. We need to find the dimensions of, oops, a mini ITX motherboard. So I have this here. This one right, no, wait, which hole is it? It is, yeah, it is this one. This is the hole that we're starting at. So if I start there and I go directly 157.48 millimeters, I already did this work in the background. It's like an inch standard, right? So like all the inch numbers are like fine, but all of these other numbers, they're all over the place. And I just wanted to get the whole separation spaces. So I've calculated them. 157.48. This is 1594. What? Okay, so I've totally confused myself here. I hate it. That can't be 26 millimeters. 26 centimeters? 26.1 centimeter? I don't know. Let's you know what? Let's double check my numbers because I don't trust myself anymore. So from that corner, we're trying to get to this corner. And so we've got from, well, it doesn't matter what the edge of the board says. So here, let's just forget these numbers. Forget these numbers. We just want hole to hole, which we don't really get. We get 22.8 to there and overall length. No, there it is. Oh, it's just this one. 154.9. 154.9, and then the other one is 157.48. Yeah, if we just base it on where the holes should be, then that's just going to give us the numbers that we want. We don't get hole to hole. I'm not going to make the joke. 26 millimeters is about 1 inch. Yeah, it's 6.2 inches, 157.48 millimeters. This is such fiddly layout. This is like 22.8 from there from the front. So we'll have to, yeah, this is gonna be a trip. So 154.94. Every time I see Ducart in chat, by the way, that's my cousin who's in Australia. What the hell are you doing awake? Why are you awake? Go to bed. Don't be like me. Get sleep in your life. It's raining. Is that rare where you're from? Because we're about to get like Elsa here, and I don't mean Frozen. 150. No, this stuff is getting in the way. Everything's in the way. Everything's in the way. Move everything out of the way so that I can work. This fiddly layout crap is just the precursor to me drilling through a carbon fiber sheet and then having all of my holes end up in the wrong places. All the right holes in the wrong places is the name of my memoir. It rains like 300 days a year here. Raining here too. Yeah, I like, man, when it comes to like talking about having special weather in Twitch, you're like, oh, it's snowing today. And somebody was like, I was born on an ice planet. I was already an adult by the time I saw anything resembling heat. I live under the snow. This one is 154 point... No, wait, this one's 15748. 15748. 30, 40, 50. Shit. Big ruler, big ruler. Big ruler. Let's get the big ruler. Get the big ruler out. Get the big ruler out. Get the big ruler. Get the big ruler. We're going to put that over here. That direction's either from the Pacific Northwest or England, yeah. The English and their rain. I mean, I like rainy days, though. Doesn't rain much in Brisbane. See, I don't know a whole lot about Australia. I don't know a whole ton about it. All right, line that up as best I can, and then hold those there and move the plate across so that we can see it in this extremely restricted view. 1.5, so there's 155. Hold on, I gotta get the pen. Get the pen. The pen is mightier than the sword. Welcome to Pen Island. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. That's every server my friends make is Pen Island. Okay, 155, 56, 57, and we're 0.48 is like here. Just what I need is my hand to shake. Yeah, I think I got that wrong. 155, 6, 7. All right, we got to make sure that our line is a little bit to the right of that. 55, 6, 7. Wait. 157.4. God damn it, I keep messing it up. All right, I'm using my left hand right now, which is just torture. 155, 6, 7.48. Yeah, just to the right of that dot. Let's put a line like across the entire frickin' surface for that dot. Because that's going to align two holes, so. Yeah, the very left edge. Need a left-handed pen. I know, they don't come in that flavor. Scratch and sniff. Actually, look. That's where I marked that other motherboard standoff. So this is actually pretty accurate. I mean, it should be, right? Drop bear. Those damn drop bears. Gotta watch out for them. Wear a hockey mask. Oops. Way off. Let's go all the way over here. All the way over here. Let's try to... Ah! The tape that I put on the edge of this piece to try to not mark it up while we were marking it up is not working with me in order to keep everything nice and flat and even. Look right about... Oh, the hovercrafts are about to make their debut by my window. Okay, so I need to mark all the way out to that hole from here, from the edge of the board, all the way out. Uh-oh, it's trying to move. That was a hell of a distance. Jeez. Whew. Okay, so if I line this up here, and I get that right on the edge of where the thing is, it should be about 157.4. 55, 56, 57.4. It's just about there. I think I'm off by a little bit over here anyway. I'm not. I'm actually dead on. Well, no, not really. There. Now I'm dead on. I'm back over here. I love how you go from Australia to like New Hampshire and Maine. So you go from a place where literally fucking everything is trying to kill you, and then you go to a place that has like prominent wolf spiders and stuff. 5, 6, 7.4, whatever. It's a little bit to the right of that hole. There's a little wiggle room in the holes. We're dealing with very small numbers on very large distances, so I can only do so much. Okay, so our next hole is based on, well, I need a line going out from this, I guess. Zorano, thank you for following. So a line out from here. Oh boy, okay. A line out from here. I'm just like, when I'm doing this, I saw 25 massive spiders on the walk to my shopping center today. Oh God. Maine doesn't have many dangerous. Yeah, but I mean, those wolf spiders, man. I remember seeing some big wolf spiders back in the day. They don't mess around. Okay, so let's get this line right here. I can't see it. I can't see it. But there's a thing over here that's going to mess up my... okay, all right. Okay, all right. Let's go above. We got to go above the line anyway, so above the line. This kind of drafting a layout is such a pain, and I just can never get it right. I can never get this right. So this is in part an exercise for me. Isn't that koalas are like horrible animals text thing mostly inaccurate about them? It does more harm than good, apparently. Is that dead on? Do we think that was dead on? It looks pretty dead on. You know, a longer set square would be great, but I just made do. I made duty. Those look good. That's fine. So the distance to the other one is actually 22.8 from this. That's not really going to work out. Let's do... Well, actually, we can start here, and we're adding 22.8. Hold on, I don't have any room for my mouse. $154.9 plus, I don't know, we can just go 154.9, and then we have to go back 22.8 to get to the other one. This mini ITX spec sucks. It's such a weird shape. Why is it such a weird shape? Weird koala they showed in Nickelodeon back in the... Oh, yeah. Wasn't it one of those, like, learning programs where they would say everything extraordinarily slowly and then they would pause for a little bit and let you answer? I think koalas are cool. I actually have zero opinions. I was going to try to have a hot take or something, or say something stupid, or try to single you out in any way whatsoever. And I was thinking, and I'm like, I don't actually have any opinions about koalas at all. I got nothing. I'm in the middle of panicking because I have to lay this thing out accurately and drill it today. I told myself that I would do that. And as you can see, I am doing everything humanly possible to avoid actually doing this job. But, you know, I got to face the music at some point, much like the koalas do, and actually do the work. So here we are doing the work. So we got a 154.94. 0.94. Isn't that a wonderful little 155? God damn. 155 is what we're going to put the mark at. Because our marker's width is beyond any sort of a... It's beyond those units. God damn it. Wait. Yeah, 155. I keep forgetting that the little ruler, albeit more nimble, is not the accurate. It can't go out that far. That's just an extremely benign statement. Is I like koalas, yeah. I like twains. 150. Feels so good to be in total control. God damn it. All right, I gotta fix the tape to make that work. 100 million miles. All right, let's see. This tape is right where I need to put a mark. Utter bastard. Look at this thing. Making fun of me. Look at it laughing. It's laughing at me. Stop laughing. Need to use these tweezers because I couldn't get a grip on that. Like totals. I love my friends. All right, do that. Let's put a mark over. Let's put a marker line on that. Okay, good enough. Okay, and then all the way out here. I'm gonna get this right. I'm gonna get this right. I'm gonna get this right. This plate is just gonna crack in half. It'll just detonate. I'll be like, nope. Cosmic energy says you're not allowed to ever do something like this correctly. I will forever be in a position where I have to take a hole and file it in order to get it to go to the right location. So 155, so that's here. As that mark. And that mark doesn't need to be completely parallel or straight. Good thing I put a tape line over it. Dumb. That mark doesn't need to be amazingly super duper straight. I can just wang a line over it. Just pop it down like that and then give it a circle. That circle almost folded the tape back like I had it before. All right, so that's where that one is. Now, we need to go 20... These numbers are the worst. We need to go 22.86. Like, I get that we Americans started all this shit, right? Or at least back when all this shit got started, we were all using imperial, but then everybody decided to go metric. And so all the early electronics stuff is all in an inch standard. Ah. Damn you, Bill Gates. All right, 22.8. So we're going 22.8 from there. I'll use the small ruler again. That 20, 1, 2, 0.5, 0.8 is like right about here. It doesn't get much better than that. 20, 1, 2, 0.8. Okay. How do I always do, you know, I'm a snob. I do iced coffee. I'm a heathen like that. Iced coffee with 1 Splenda. Not much of a coffee drinker anymore. Coffee got kind of ruined for me in engineering because engineers can't frickin' make coffee to save their lives. So they would just throw all the ingredients into the coffee maker and somehow they would mess that up. And I can't figure it out. I don't know how they messed it up so bad. All right, so what I'm doing here, let's go to this. There we go. All right, so I'm just using this and I'm putting the ruler up to that mark that I just made, assuming that this is going to be, for the most part, square. Oh, you know what? But I need that line to go all the way out to 3 millimeters, so I need this to be over here. Problem is, these might interfere with... Oh, no, they actually don't. Well, they're very... Oh, yeah, they do. They kind of interfere with this square. It is square, but it's just... I need to, like, angle it in order to get that right. Don't try this at home. That was a one-handed uncapping. T is the key. How British. How British. T is for harbors. I don't mind tea. I don't mind tea. Got an espresso maker, but I still have the $1 7-Eleven. Yeah, you find something you like, you know? I cannot see that 3mm line. It is very faint over here. It'll just mark 3mm from the edge. They've discovered the farts. They've discovered the farts. I don't know what I can do. Oh, God. This is cursed. This is going to be cursed. This is going to be cursed. I mean, I could have used the DRO to lay that out, but I think that's pretty close to what we need it to be. I mean, there's the highlight of it. It looks like it's off by a little bit. Because of my little markings there, it looks like it's up a little bit from where that hole is. Which would mean this line that I created from very far away is a little bit crooked. I'm going to double check it. I'm going to double check it. Well, that's where it is. Okay. All things considered, we should have fairly accurate lines for all this stuff. Except for that one. That one's cursed. But now I know where all of my stuff is, and I've got other markings in this, by the way. Oh yeah, you guys are on microscope. You guys are on microscope. I mean, it's possible that I could just do a printout and then, you know, glue the printout to this and use that. But that's too much effort, and I'm not hooked up to a printer, so yeah, printouts work really nicely for this kind of stuff often. Yeah, I think we're ready to start. I'm going to use the bathroom, and then we're going to tear into this thing. I'm going to put a block of wood on the mill, and then we can start punching holes in it. Basically, what we're doing is holes for standoffs, and then holes for cables. All right, I'll be back in just a sec. Let's go to this cam. I'll put up a BRB. I said I'll put up a... There we go. All right, yeah, there it is. I found it. Who owns a 2D printer anymore? I know. I was thinking of 3D printing a layout template. That's how little of a 2D printer I have here. I have only 2D printers? Gotta get with the 21st century, old man. You're living in the past. Nobody has a 2D printer anymore. Isn't that what pooping is, after all? Is just human 3D printing? We're just very inaccurate. Anybody work here? Work in embedded software development? No. I did practically almost get into that. All right, pause that. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm right here. So, let's go over to the milling machine, I guess, and do an absolutely bang-up job ruining this plate. I hate this part. Let me find a block of wood first so that I can get into this thing, and then I will move the camera over to this position. Keep these little standoffs over here. And move this, move the drill, get this massive drill bit off of the drill. Ah, I can actually go away. I'm not going to use the hand drill. I don't feel like having these parts walk all over the plate. Okay, little plastic bag, little plug strip thing. I hope this isn't going to be too dusty, but there is a lot of material to remove, and I think it probably will be. So I need to get a sprayer for it. Let's go to this camera. Let me move you guys over. We'll keep thermals on because those are super fun when I'm machining stuff. I think that's good a view as any. You guys don't need to see the DRO today. You'll just be hanging out over my shoulder, basically. And then I don't want to remove the vise because that means I have to square it again. The big brain move, is that rust? Oh man, I gotta take a Scotch-Brite pad to this thing. It's been sitting for a little bit. I haven't used it a lot recently. The big brain move here would be to support the plate on the surface and then use the DRO in order to plot out exactly where all of my holes should be. That's the only way that I've ever gotten this stuff to work properly. I'm not doing that for this because that would take a lot of time. And then I'd have to re-square the vise, which is not something that I really particularly want to do. So we're going to use this like a normal pillar drill, which means I can put a block of wood in the vise and use that as my backdrop for drilling. So I'm going to get the end mill out. The other thing is, if I use this as a, if I use the DRO and I mill it, I'm going to be tempted to want to cut like a trough so that I could run the PCIe extension cable under and over, and I'm not going to bother with that. Computer numericals bother control? What? CBC? Isn't that the broadcasting company? Canada Broadcasting Company? God, I miss being able to just use a VPN to watch the Olympics from Canada Broadcasting. The American coverage of the Olympics is so shitty. It's so bad. It's so bad. Ah, the old grating is sitting under here. This is the old stuff, the circular grating. I gotta move that somewhere. Surely this won't get in the way here. It's absolutely gonna get in the way there. Up we go. I really wish I'd done that counterweight project for this. Basically hoisting a beam up and over the top of this like an I-beam and then using aircraft cable to suspend like a 50-pound weight behind this so that the Z-axis doesn't need this 2-to-1 ratio to move it around. I should probably move that a little closer. All right, let's see. Block of wood. Those are in short supply around here for some reason. Block of wood. What we got? All the way back here in the scrap pile where there is literally just one block of wood. These maple, if these are maple, I don't really want to use them. Yeah, these are offcuts from Burn the Subs. What's this one? Hopefully there's no laser marks. Oh no, this one has laser marks in it. Well, it's old enough. I kind of wanted to use this stuff in order to make some like tabletop surfaces around here, but this is old test burns. I get it. Expensive wood jokes. That's all we got around here, right? Pneumatic control? Let me see if I can find something that's not... I want this size, but this is maple, and it's got laser marks in it, so it looks cool. I don't want to drill into that. I don't really want to drill into that. But I need something under the carbon fiber, because it's not going to be pretty if I don't have something. Oh, here we go. This is a blank sheet. It's poplar. No, that's right. My old test sheets were poplar. It's popular. Now it's poplar. All right, this will be perfect. This is a little new looking, but I guess I could put it up on parallel bars, but I don't think I'll do that. Oh God, everything is so rusty over here. I thought I brushed it. Maybe I need to put up a reminder to brush off the mill periodically with you know, anti-rust stuff. I need another hand. All right, nice flat parallel surface to within our own, you know, acceptable tolerances. Poplar. No, poplar. You know, I need to remove the 3D printed stuff from this board so that we can use it. So let me do that real quick. Just swing you guys over here and we'll just quickly take these things off. This is going to be really annoying when I have to put them back on, because I need to make sure that the right ones go in the right spot. Otherwise, my shitty drilling from before will ruin it. I should have done these on the drill press, but I didn't. Should have plotted it all out. I could have done better. So tomorrow we are going to work on Octojay's tablets, because it's been way too long. He finally sent me the battery, and it came in some pretty interesting packaging. I can't close the lid on it, but I can show you it with the lid open. So the battery came in styrofoam with cardboard on the end, and the styrofoam just splits, and there's the battery in the middle taped up to it. So it's like a styrofoam sandwich. Yeah, bang good packaging. But it came from California. I'm gonna cough. Okay. Yeah, it's weird, smelly tape. Yeah, you gotta love a package coming from China that's just completely entombed in tape. And then you have to sit there like, all right, so if I cut this, maybe it'll, nope, not that. All right, so what if I cut here? No, that's not gonna do it. What if I cut around this? Nope, that's not gonna. It's like a puzzle, yeah. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. So I hope I can do the front panel with these countersunk screws. The carbon fiber front panel that I have to do, because that look is good. That shiny stuff next to the carbon fiber that fits flat. It's a good look. Had Customs open up one for me. Too bad it wasn't a battery inside. Did they like slice it in half? I've had stuff completely flat when it arrives, but so many layers of tape, the contents survived. That's how the vacuum tubes came for me. There was so much. It was like a normal sized box, but it was like a decently, like a, you know, like a encyclopedia sized box, but then in the middle there was something like this, just right in the middle of it. And all this packaging tape and bubble wrap and stuff. It was in its own little capsule. All right, come on. We're drilling out this plate in just a second here. And then we'll be able to do a partial final assembly, to which I then have to transition into doing the wiring, which isn't so bad. Wait, which one went where? Oh God. I think it's like that, and then that. Hopefully my handling of this thing hasn't torn up all the tape line, or all the lines that I put, no! All the lines that I put on the tape. But yeah, we got to pack this all up for tomorrow, and then we'll go back into tablet mode. And oh boy, I hope I don't have to find the VOD for that one to figure out what wires go where, because I don't remember any of it. Package surgeon. Did a decent job to cut one side. Okay. Yeah, it's always a little bit of a guessing game, huh? Ah! The noise! I'm so ready to finish this project. If I can do the wiring on this thing tonight. I want you guys to be here to actually see this thing turn on and function the first time, but we'll see how well I do with that. Because it would be nice to do like a, I don't know, like a stream where I evaluate how hot it is or whatever. I don't know if I'm going to do that. It's not like I'm going to overclock this, you know? I'm not that brazen. Okay, let's do, I guess, the motherboard first, because we just drilled it. We need a hole that's going to not catch these fasteners. So where is the one that I took out? It's there. That might not work. That's almost too small. Excited for the possibility of gaming streams again. Yeah. I don't know how long it's going to take me to get my head out of my ass and do that. I kind of want something a little larger than this, although this is a good size. This is larger, but it's different. Actually, it's a hell of a lot sharper, so I'm going to use the sharp one. I'm going to use the sharp one. Depends on how long it will take. How far is your head up your ass? So far that I've reverted back into... I should do gaming streams, but I haven't recently. I'm too busy. Too busy. Too many projects. Too many projects. But yeah, I would like to do some more gaming streams. They're always fun to do. All right. So, my concern here is if I spray this with water, I'm gonna wash off the lines that I put on this thing if I spray it with water. I just realized that. So I'm just gonna drill these just straight up. Here we go. Dust-wise, that really wasn't that bad. What's that? Hold on, wait. You're like my dad, always has a project. He just fixes up his motorcycle and is riding that to work these days. Oh my God. I have never seen a rustier Volvo than the last time your dad drove here. It is amazing. It was really cool. I love that Volvo, but man, that's an amazing car. Project Cars 2 on the wheels with what? Project Cars 2 on the wheels with community stream when? Oh, I think I have that game and I've been meaning to play it. It's really been since December, since the last gaming stream. Oh my God. Yeah, there's all kinds of games that I want to play, but I don't know what, I don't know when. All right. Cutting up a cold one with the boys. Wait, that's not how that phrase goes. Now I could move this so that I'm cutting directly into the wood again, but we know that it's going to be super accurate to that hole that's already in the wood, so I guess it might be okay. I don't know if I should be moving this constantly. I need a microscope for this. Actually, what I'm going to do, let me get my jeweler's loupe. Yeah, I always have projects, man. There's always a project that I'm trying to get done, and all of them are all pivoting on improving something in my life in some way. So certain things are on hold during my execution of these projects. So right now, my whole gaming computer doesn't work because I am doing a project with it. Then again, having PC in the title of the stream is kind of good. So I want to build one of those steering wheel foot pedal rigs. You should see the one Flatulent Gonad made. He built it on stream out of an old controller, and it is a bunch of blocks of wood. It's awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. That's right. I'm bringing out the big guns. I'm using the jeweler's loop to make sure that I'm on the lines. There's so much of reflection here that I can't see the lines. That is, oh my God, it's off. It's off by a little bit. Oh my God. Here, I'm going to lower this. This will be a lot easier for me to line up if I just have it sitting right above. There's so much of a reflection from the extra light that I have to put up here. I'm going to put my shadow in the way. Oh, that's going to help it a lot. As in, not at all. Maybe. That might be the right spot. Near enough as makes no difference. Yeah, all right. You guys can probably see the lines better than I can. Still waiting for you to do the, what is it? Parajarvi rally with the mighty wheel? Yeah, you guys gotta suggest that stuff to me because I'll do that. My wheel was expensive, but the rig cost me $4 for bolts. I'll set up, cost you less than 25 pounds. Yeah, mine was a little bit more expensive. And to be fair, well, hold on, let me finish drilling. To be fair, the steering wheel does not give you all that much of an advantage. It's really just there for you. You know, the steering wheel has to be there for you. You guys can't see. You need to be a little taller. You guys, can you guys just be a little bit more taller? Did you know that there was like a drug in the like 80s and 90s that you could get that would make you taller? It's like a hormone while you're growing up. I feel kind of cheated. I think my parents should have done that. I want to be 6 feet. You have to understand, everyone I know, all of my car friends are 6 foot and over. So when I get together with them, I am like that meme of, what's his name, looking up at the prize lady or whatever, or the announcer lady. It's nice being told, shut up, I don't, shut up, you shut up. I'm so short. I'm not, I'm actually right on the money average height. These holes that are right up against the edge, I've got to be really careful and go slow because they will bust out the material, and I don't want that to happen. Doing this with the DRO is so much easier. So much easier. Okay, hope that one was on the money. Seemed a little bit off. Lift that up a little bit, and then What am I going to do about this stuff? I'm going to sweep it into the tray. I see that my brush is all the way down there. Where did my brush go? I gotta grab it. Hold on, it's way down here. It fell on the ground. All right, let me catch up with chat. Oh my God, substitute streamer. Sub for 2 months. Dude, thank you so much. 5'10", almost. Yeah, it always goes back to that song. Wish I was a little bit taller. Wish I was a baller. If you got the leg longer than the other, they break the short leg. What are you talking about? That's you always mention that. Apparently, if your growth plate is messed up, they need to keep doing the... Oh, weird. Yeah, that sucks. Blah, 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 blah. Weird conversation. All right, anyway, let's put this up on the board. Let's put the substitute streamer up on the board. Is it a carbide twist drill? I don't know, man. It's just a drill bit that I found. I just found this drill bit on the ground. I decided to start using it. It felt sharp. That's all I can say about it. It felt sharp, and it seems to cut pretty nice. So I'm going to use it. That's it. That's all there is to it. Listen, most of the stuff in this shop, except for maybe the major contenders, it's all not only just secondhand, it is the secondhand stuff that machinists put in a drawer to never use again and then gave away or got forgotten. The substitute streamer, welcome to the board. Thank you so much for 2 months. Doesn't need anything special for carbon. Wood tools are fine. I don't have any wooden drill bits, though. All my drill bits are made out of metal. I'm sorry, that was low-hanging fruit in terms of jokes. Substitute streamer, welcome. You're by the Ultimate Ball Ninja and Gamer. All right, back over to this camera. The uncomfortably close to the drilling camera. And then I got the little brushy. Oh, there it is. I was like, where the hell did I put it? It's all the way over here. Yeah, you guys should check out Substitute Streamer if you're interested in smart stuff. Smart person stuff. Filthy smart people. Look at them. I think they're so smart by default. Oh man, trust in the dust. There's so much persistent dust that won't go away. This stuff is just, yeah, that's just gonna be there. My poplar has been ruined. My poplar. I loved you, poplar. Yeah, so one thing that I probably could have done is what I said, planned this all with the DRO, and then I could have sprayed this with water. But spraying it with water would mean that I wouldn't be able to see what I'm doing. Not that I'm particularly good at aligning these freaking drills. Not that I'm good at that, because I'm not. These holes are going to be all over the place in terms of their accuracy. I didn't even do a pilot hole or a punch. None of the above. I'm just digging straight in like some kind of an animal. Absolutely zero chill. To be fair, this actually feels pretty accurate from what I'm seeing. You guys can barely see it, I'm sorry. I gotta put my hands close to this. I'll move the camera again in just a second here. See if you guys can get like a better angle on it so you can actually see what I'm doing. And then give me comments like as if I would read them. The trick is to breathe this dust like it's a Coke line. Just get it right up into the nostrils, and then the little tiny flakes of carbon material can really get into your lungs and do the damage that they want to do. That was dead on. Haha! I'm getting better at this, I think. My old drill press had laser lines on it. They weren't incredibly helpful, but they did a decent job. The other thing I could have done is just mark the center and then use those numbers on the DRO. So I could have marked the center, clamped this plate down to this block of wood. If I had known that I would be able to find a block of wood that was this perfect, I could have clamped it to this block of wood, and then each device would have had its X's and Y's that I could adjust for positives and negatives. That would have been a good idea. But I gotta remember that for next time. That'd have been a really good way to get this kind of spot on without worrying about marking it so much. It would mean I couldn't go like freehand like this, but... Alright, so the remaining holes are all wire runs, from what I understand. We got a small thermometer wire run. I have the plug, and then I have the big guy over here, and then I have the graphics card power. So those are the big holes that I've got to make. We're going to drill them out first with this, and then I'll decide how I'm going to go about making such a large hole in a thing. Let me brush the dust into this little area that I'm going to vacuum later. I don't like using vacuum on carbon fiber dust, but I don't have much of a choice. Just hit it with compressed air and have everybody take a nice deep breath. Ugh. What are you guys mulling about over here? I think if I had a thermal cam, all I do is draw hot smiley faces all day. Pervert. I couldn't hear the fart. I did. Build immunity. It looks much closer on camera. You guys are a little out of focus. What's wrong with you? Because I moved the camera all over the place. Prototype it with wood. Yeah. That's like $250 worth of wood ruined. Wood expensive. Get it? A Christmas tree bit. What? Wait, what? What do you mean? What in wait, Christmas tree carbon fiber? What? What did I miss? What did I miss? All right, so it's full of carbon fiber and hatred. This hole is terrible. These I don't need to be very accurate, but I still need the holes. But let's these were just like crudely hand drawn in the locations where I'm going to need them. So I'm going to start off with just a pilot that's going to be the same size, so I don't have to do all the tooling, all the retooling. I hate that my left arm is in the way here. If I could actually, mirroring the room would mean Yeah, if I could mirror the whole setup, then you guys would be able to look through the arm that's actually doing stuff, like the arm that's moving to operate the pillar drill and everything. I should have done this L desk on the other side of the room, but the door to come in is on the other side of the room, so I don't want people to be able to like surprise me while my computer screen's up and I've got all those anime titties all over the place. All right, so let's get this thing drilled out. Chat's like, what? Wait, what'd you just say? This, it's down here. That's one. What's a who? Three. I don't know why I'm counting them. I don't know how many there are. 4. And then this is the big one. I'll put that here-ish. Maybe there. That one's gonna have to be big. All right. So those are all of the... Oh, wait. And then there needs to be one somewhere over here, and I don't really know where. Hold on. Let me figure that out. So that would be these guys. These two switches here. Oh, I almost fucking tripped over my mic cable and bashed my skull on the milling machine. Yeah, I don't feel like getting the trash can over here. It's not your show. It's my show. I get to do what I want. So there's a piece of this here, and then these buttons, and then they'll go so here, but a little bit more centered to what distance? It's going to basically be the width of that right up against the edge there. So it actually needs to be here. We'll put it here. How's that for some dead reckoning? I reckon. Put it back a little bit from there, but basically right there. All right. I'd probably feel better about that if I had measured it, but I didn't. Here's the thing. The more things like this that I can bring myself to ignore, the less of a perfectionist I'm going to be in the future. And that's good, because I've had projects that have kind of idled from me being a perfectionist over stuff. You let go a little bit more. Revel in the imperfections, you know? Okay. To be cleaned at a later date. Well, that's a lot of holes. So the ones we don't have to touch are the ones for the motherboard. Don't have to do anything with those. But I'm going to need larger holes on a lot of these, including the ones that are going to mount the equipment to the bottom plate. So this is where we step it up one drill bit size. Embrace the bodge. Yeah, I know. I say that now. I know when it comes to reassembly, that's when I'm going to start kicking myself over the size of all of this stuff. So these holes I made a little bit larger. They're for different fasteners. I can use cap heads on them instead of these little guys. Although maybe I could use these. Wait a minute. Nope. Nope. It'll almost hold it, but it won't grip. And what the hell size did I make this for? Code Rush, rating with a party of 9. How you doing, Code Rushed? One time a doorbell as my car horn and it passed inspection. What the fuck? Actually, that is the size, although it doesn't really grip that well. I don't want this to eject a screw in the future. I've done all kinds of interesting car bodges just for that $250 East Coast car rally, quote unquote. My favorite, though, by far, is the Big Mouth Billy Bass on the side of a car. I didn't do this, but somebody took a Big Mouth Billy Bass and they mounted it to the side of a car. They were putting like candelabras and stuff on the outside of the car. They basically put whatever they could. In order to decorate their car, they rolled it down a hill. So they got all the glass replaced and stuff, and then they just started like screwing and gluing and taping stuff all to the outside of their car. So this Big Mouth Billy Bass, you have to understand, Big Mouth Billy Bass is not a 12-volt device. A car is. And they wired it up directly. The candelabras worked too. They were like, you know, candelabra like lamps. So they had like lamps and stuff on the outside of the car that would light up. It was insane. It looked like a junk shop that was rolling around. But the Big Mouth Billy Bass, you press it and it would try to go through the sequence of the animation that it does. So the tail would kind of like jerk a little bit and it would get through some of the sequence. The mouth wouldn't move. And then suddenly the thing would pivot out, open its mouth, and just start going with like gear grinding noises in the background. It was terrifying. I loved it. It was the most terrifying car mod I have ever seen. Yep. So we're going to use these screws, which mean we can use the holes that are already in it. Ah, yes, good. That saves us a lot of time. That saves us a lot of time. Good, 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 good. These are M something or others. Oh, God, what are you guys looking at over there? You guys are weird. These ones, these little laptop screws will be perfect. They don't make a great grip, but when I redesign stuff, I can make them fit a little bit more tightly. But I have a lot of them, so that'll work out. That'll work out. What are we doing next? Next, we are embiggening these holes. Nice shoes. I think they're called, wait, what are these called? Terriers? Something or others? I forget. They have a dog name. All right, so we need like cables and stuff to be able to be run around this. One of the primary ones that we have to cater for is, and I'm gonna have to ask Flatulent Gonad a question here if he happens to still be here. Can I use a step drill on carbon fiber? Where did my step drills go? Step drill, what are you doing? There it is. Drilling this into the wood is going to be kind of annoying, but I could use maybe the larger one. I don't know, maybe not this one. Like, we got to make a hole that'll fit this. So step drills are perfect. Oh, that's what you mean by Christmas tree. Oh, I get it. I get it. I would say pine tree. No, I wouldn't. Yeah, stepped sheet metal drills are a wonderful thing. I like them better for metal because they clean up their own mess. How are you doing? Are you sharp? Sharp enough. Sharp enough. So now that we have a pilot hole, we can use the step drills in order to make this large enough. Wedding cake. Crank it. Crank it up. Crank it up. I don't know what size I'm going to make these. I'm going to kind of guess. Nope, still a little further up. The thing is, I'm going to be... actually, first I'm going to drill... I think first I'm going to drill the step drill into the wood to make a big hole, because we need a big hole, and I don't want to like the wood to be burning and stuff. You could get straight cut drills too. They look like reamers. Why? Why would I get a straight? Why? What is that gonna do? It'll just not be able to use the pilot hole. Oh, you're just naming tools. Okay, all right. Die! Die, wood! All right. That cuts pretty good. Now it looks like a mining operation. There's actually a quarry around here that they built a housing development nearby. My friends and I are just waiting for the news of somebody falling into it. Apparently there was like some major, like, cars were sinking into the ground nearby because they bought this land from like a terrible mining operation that was nearby. Cars falling in sinkholes and shit. All right. I'm over telling you what to do. Good. That means you've grown. We don't always do things correctly. Anyone, nobody does things correctly. It's a feature, unlimited parking. I'm getting bored of this car, and a sinkhole takes it. Wow, that was a great feature. I love where I live. Oh, camera's a little loose. That's why it's kind of moving on its own there. All right, so I'm trying to give you guys a view so you could actually see what's going on. Hey, those guys are from Philly. Pennsylvania, rather. All right, we got a pilot hole, so let's go. Still a little wider, I think. That's gonna need some cleaning. The tape on the bottom isn't busting out of that, which I guess is okay. Where? Oh, I put the connector. Where'd I put the connector? Oh, it's right there. One more. One more! Probably would help if I kept track of which one I was going to, but... Oh, there's a little carbon line on it. There. Try to just give it a touch from the next size up, just to give it a little bit of like a chamfer. Haha, there we go. So that'll fit exactly the plug. It won't fit two, and that may be a problem because I need two to go through here. No, it will fit two. All right. So a little bit of squeezing, and I can get both of the plugs through that. The minimal size hole for that. Unfortunately, I guess I could probably try to like clamp it down to this and use an end mill to make like a little oval. But I think we're not doing that. I think I'm just going to rely on just straight up drilling circles through the carbon fiber. Great reason to make a car elevator, yeah. Okay, so there's that one. The next one doesn't have to be as large. That one is for, let me get the cable. I've got it sitting over here. Now these are cables that I need to rebuild. No oval. No, I want the oval. The oval is much better looking than a big gaping hole in the bottom of the case. This looks terrible. I hate it. It looks awful, and you should feel bad for liking it. So yeah, I need to make one that accommodates this. So, where am I putting this? I'll just put it right here, and then forget that I put it there. And just to trigger chat, these holes are imperial, not metric. It's always one more than I think it needs to be. If I could make that into an oval, it would look good. God, the blowout on the tape on the other side is ridiculous. I mean, I could have drilled all of these into the wood and completely ruined this piece of wood, but that would have, I wouldn't have felt as good. Oh, God damn it. One more. One additional hoop size. Now this plate, it goes through the full plate, right? I think it does. Well, it looks like there's a little bit of a lip on the end. So I do have to blast it from both sides. Oops. Man, it seems like they're all going to be the same size. Yeah, now it's got too much room. Oh, well, that's fine. That's fine. All right, cable access right here for same plug. That would be the yellow one, which I'm looking for right now. Where did it go? Where'd my test? I mean, if I were smart, I would have counted the number of hoops, marked it or something. Yeah, so anyway, I started blasting. Where did the... My test cable go? I know the one is over here. I just moved it. The second one is. How did I lose it between here and there? I put it somewhere that I thought I'd remember it, and I don't see it anywhere. This is past me being smarter than present me. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat right now. I'm a little busy. Trying to do wiring. I need that wire. I don't know what happened to it. It's the one with the yellow connector on it, and it vanished. I was using it to size that up, and then I put it to the side, not here, because that was the other wire. The other wire I just moved. That wire I put not in front of me. On the left side of the table? No. Did I throw it in the bin? No. Put it on the desk. Yoink. I do not see it on the desk. KuroKesu rating with a party of 5. If you guys haven't seen KuroKesu, you should check him out, man. He does some cool stuff. You like playing actual arcade games remotely. Oh, here it is. It was just blocked by a thing that I was looking for. Sorry, it was blocked by a piece of the railings above the rails. Okay, let's put this thing up. We're drilling holes in a carbon fiber plate for my computer project, which is coming along pretty nicely. So the one that we have to drill is right here, and it is for another wire that's this size. So how many up do we need to go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. 5 up. 5 up on this one. We already have pilot holes, so that's 1, 2, 3, slowly, 4, even slower, and then 5, very slow. All right. Turned all that filler into dust. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's 5. Right up until it touches the plate, which will get rid of the burr. Okay. These are big, stanky holes, aren't they? I probably should have made them a little bit more even, but none of the stuff in the computer is really all that even. Now this hole here is for the connectors, and those are all pretty small, to be fair. Like, that's only a 2. I will need to run power out to that thing and back, but what's the other ones? Where's the other? Here it is. We pretty much only need this cable to fit through, the 3-pin. Oh, they haven't told me yet. They haven't said it yet. I know I'm not wearing one. We're going 3 up. It's fine. It's not like I already have a cough because of allergies and humidity around here. God, I have such a bad cough from allergies and humidity. It's killing me. It is killing me. I could cough right now, but I don't really feel like it. All right, 3. Ah! I forgot that the screw for that fell out. That's one of the knobs that turns on the milling machine, and it just attacked me. It just attacked me. Where is it? It fell down here, and there it is. Way back, the back wall. Yeah, the knobs for that turn on and off the mill. I really want to get a 3-phase motor on this thing, and I can use the Granite Devices controller to move it. It'll be a lot quieter too, and I'll put a V-belt on it instead of the straight cut belt that it has, because the straight cut belt, it's just like a toothed belt that this mill uses, and that's why it's so loud. The gearing and the straight cut. If I put a 2 horsepower 3-phase motor on this thing, it'll quiet it down and make it more powerful. Power. 1, 2, 3. One, two. Okay. Good. And then the last one is for literally everything. The largest of which is going to be a yellow cable. We're going to have to go deep on this one. Actually, if we're going to go deep on this one, I probably should have moved it to the right a little bit, because this would be... That's leading edge of the motherboard. That's here. Graphics card is right here. Now that's actually a good spot. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a little bit more just for good measure. Oh, and I need to do the fan. I need to drill out a fan underneath this thing. I forgot about that. Where are we going to put this? All this dust. Use a toothbrush. That is a lot of carbon fiber dust. We can do rails of that later. Just clean up the hole. I feel like I should probably run the edge of these holes a little bit just to kind of round them off. I think it'll be okay. All right, so a fan. I need to put a fan underneath this. We need to measure that out. So come on over here with me. We got a little bit more drilling to go. Got a little bit more to do, Chad. We're gonna get through it. $30 for a stepper drill on the cheap side? Damn, dude. Yeah, that's rough. I mean, step drills are like super nice and important. They're great to use. Did I forget anything? The only thing I forgot was the fan. So this has an M2 drive sitting underneath. Now, somebody was saying in chat that M2 drives need to run hot, but I mean, I see plenty of places putting heat sinks on them. So I just need a fan to be sort of under this board, and that thing will get plenty of airflow. The problem is I don't want any of the fasteners to hit anything. I mean, I guess they probably won't, but if I put it like up here, that's probably a good spot, because if it's closer to this end, it's going to be pulling cool air in. I want it to be where the heat's going to be. I'm thinking somewhere around here, which puts it kind of close. It would be nice if I could cut out a whole thing for this, just an opening, and that way I could get to the M.2 drive if anything happened to it, but I don't think I need to. Yeah, eBay or wait for a machinist to die and at his estate sale. you can pick up a good step drill. That's basically what I've been doing. At its most basic, that's what I've been doing, is getting all these parts from estate sales, like some kind of a leech on society. Let's put it like here-ish. So like right there. Hopefully that'll be okay. Yeah, and hope the family doesn't know what it's worth. It's so bad. That's such a bad... Well, whatever. I hope that if I die, all of my body parts will be used to machine things. Let's see. So we're going to be putting in a 40mm fan, and it's going to sit under the board. So we'll just do it like there, and then I'll find good dimensions. So actually, we can just riff off of the dimensions that I've got in AutoCAD already, because I'm using these fans for some parts of the computer. So NVMe likes it when it runs warm, but it doesn't want to be fried, so cooling is better than no cooling. All right. It just seems so weird. Like I feel like in these modern times, we shouldn't really, like, you know, we should be cooling stuff. Yeah, the person was claiming 60 to 70C. How do I, maybe I should just look up. Yeah, let's look up like Noctua 40mm dimensions. Images. Noctua 40mm. It's gonna be. This is not gonna be the right fan. You know, Google used to be so powerful. Now it's like, here's something kind of close to what you're looking for. Well, I guess this one is kind of correct. This is a Sunon though, but I guess it's okay. This is the problem, is if I make it circular, opening is going to have to be a little bit smaller than the fan, isn't it? Just because, I mean, that inlet is a complicated shape, and I can't really make it. It's 40mm circle, so I don't know. Maybe I'm going to make a 30mm circle, and there will be a 5mm overhang. Because, yeah, these are 32 from wherever the fan sits. Okay, so let's figure it out. Google image search was useful until somebody made Pinterest. Yeah, that too. That too. I was thinking about these standoffs that I didn't buy enough of, and I was wondering if maybe they would be the right length. The only problem is the M3, this is an M2, so I can't really use M2 screws with these. Now, these are maybe too long, but they are actually a pretty good post size for that. I gotta figure out a way that I'm gonna hold this fan on here, and it would just be straight up with screws, but I'd like it to be a little cleaner. I have these, which are, yeah, see, those are the height. So it'd be great if I had a screw that went into this, but also held on to the fan. Wouldn't waste my money on, is that Harbor Freight tools if you don't do a lot of metal work? Harbor Freight is, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to say about buying tools. All right, so let's get a center point for this, and then we can quickly lay out where all the stuff goes. I could use the DRO to just plot out, you know, like half of 32. What do I want to do? Yeah, HF tools will put your life in danger more often than anything else. Oh yeah, I'm holding this down by hand, so yeah, this isn't fixed in place. So let's just measure it. Let's just measure it and put down some hasty markings. Can I do? That doesn't reach. Here we go. There's the ruler. It's under a bunch of stuff. 50 by 50. Okay, that's good enough for me. 50 here. 50 here. And then a hastily scribbled line. Where's my square? Let's get that out of the way. It's getting covered in carbon fiber dust, which is conductive. It's bad news. It's bad news. You don't mess with the carbon fiber dust. Yeah, it's a weird thing with Harbor Freight tools, because some of them are great, some of them work just fine. It's like, I don't know, my old adage, which does not apply anymore, especially after the jack stand controversy. My old adage with Harbor Freight was that anything that your life was at risk using was good quality, but that doesn't apply anymore. Doesn't apply anymore. There, and then this is a weird system that I'm using with the ruler and the square. It's all I got. It's all I got. My T-square is too big. Tend to rely on the review on their website. I've never done that. I've never really looked at the reviews on the website. If I'm buying a tool nowadays, it's like important, and I will buy a good one. Because otherwise, the other tools that I have will make up for whatever functionality I'm trying to. Whatever thing I'm trying to ease by buying the Harbor Freight tool, I can get away with using other tools to do. Okay, so we are 32 for the hole spacing. Excuse me. 32 point plus or minus 0.3. So 16. So 10, 15, 16 there, 10, 15, 16. This is hard to do without the microscope. I don't know why I've become so reliant on the microscope. There. I guess I only need one. Oh no, I need two and two. Yeah, all right. Well, let's mark those first. Mark them first. I didn't need the straight lines for the center, did I? Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. This one. This one. Watch, the frustrating thing you guys are going to see next is when I try to assemble this thing. 15, 16. When I try to assemble this and all of the holes are wrong. Mark my words, like I'm marking these dimensions. Everything is going to go wrong. Every single thing. Not a single hole is going to go unfiled. Because I will have done something stupid every step of the way. That's just how it goes. I mean, this is like the sooner you come to terms with that, the sooner you'll be able to live a stress-free life. Like me. Haha. That's getting in the way. I need to lift the plate a little bit. The bottom of the table's getting in the way. All right. This. Just like that. A little bit more. Damn it. That. I think I'm going to have to plunge the entire step drill into this in order to get an appropriately sized hole. Because, like... I don't want to put marker marks on everything. The fan doesn't have a circular hole in the middle. So we're going to drill the 4 posts, and then I'll just sink the thing in the middle to a degree where I get close to those holes, but there's enough material there to support them. Because really if you took this into a circular shape, you would get too close to these holes, in my opinion. I mean, look at how little material there is there. Even though there is a bit more material on the outside here, they want the hole for the fan to be much larger. Bosch step drill, 4 to 20, 1/4 hex. $150 US. Holy shit, man. Not sure what they're called. Terrifying, whirly finger trap things. They're pretty good for big fan holes. In carbon? Wait, you mean that thing that I have, the most dangerous tool in the shop? Flatulent Gonad, if you guys don't know, he's done a lot of stuff with, I think it's racing seats and carbon fiber, and he knows his way around the dust. He's lived in it. He was forged by it. Rumbaz. Sounds a lot like Rabaz. Thank you for following. I got a set of 3 for fiber. What? Most dangerous tool in the shop sounds like the right one. Yeah, let me grab it. Where did I put it? Where did I stash that thing? That dangerous bastard. We should just call this thing the bastard drill, but this thing is like the most frightening. I think it might have ended up in the drawer. Better I put it in like an exalted location far away, like on a pedestal, where it can be observed so that mankind can no longer make the mistakes of its past. We'll learn from it, but we will not repeat what we've done here. I might have put it in a concrete sarcophagus at the bottom of the ocean. That could have been what I did with it. And all things considered, maybe that's a little bit too kind of a fate for it. This, the most scariest drill in the shop. I don't know what happened to it. I think it was kicking around over here, but I think I moved it because I've only used it once before to make a glorious looking hole. A glory hole? No, I mean a glorious looking hole in some plexiglass. Oh no, it lives. It lives. Chad, it lives. This is the scariest tool in the shop right here. And I stepped on the mic cable and it made a loop and I put my foot in the loop and then I tried to take a step forward. This right here. The adjustable lacerator. This thing will ruin your weekend. I don't like it, and I don't want to use it, because 40 millimeters is very small. 40 millimeters is very small. This thing is more for like a normal, like 60 to 120 millimeter. But like this thing attaches here, and it adjusts out, and it goes like this, and it goes, I'm gonna rip your fingers off. And you're like, oh shit. There's no way that I could freehand this. I would have to attach this to the wood, which could be accomplished with a couple wood screws at this point. But yeah, this thing is the emergency room special. So that seems really poorly balanced. No, it's fine. That's why it moves to one side. And look, if I held it like this, it would obviously not be able to decide where it sits because it's perfectly balanced. You see that? You see how it kind of like floats up there? It just kind of floats. Well, I'm not doing it right, but if I did, it is completely very badly balanced. That's why you put it on a drill press that has a lot of weight to it. It's not a hand tool. Yeah, this thing I've used before on stream. We made a circular hole in plexiglass. It did a really good job of it. It actually makes a very nice looking hole. That's a very nice looking hole you got there. Thanks. But I'm not going to use it. Does make nice wheel holes in RC bodies? The hand-operated one? This is like, yeah, I'm gonna go put this away, and we're gonna forget we ever saw it. We're just not gonna talk about that. I'm gonna use the step drill. I think I can get it large enough. I have other step drills that I can use too. I have larger step drills. We might have to get the big boy out. We're gonna have to get the big boy out. Yeah. I mean, it'll be a little restrictive, but God, this is a lot of material to drill through. That's why that cutter, it's like a sketchy fly cutter, sketchier fly cutter. I do have a fly cutter as well, but it would be between this one and the other one. But yeah, I think I'll use this one just because we'll grind it up to dust step by step until we get the entire thing sunken into it. Let's do the 4 holes on the outside first, and then we'll move into doing the big guy. So I'm actually going to move the axis now because I don't need that strip mining operation to be directly under where the drill's going to go. Release the drill bit. This thing did good. I'm actually kind of surprised. These things are very effective. Did I put that cutter? Yeah, I put the cutter far and away and out of view. Okay, which drill bit was it? What did I do with it? It was the little black one, and I threw it over here. Here it is. It's a little bit shinier because we wore it away a little bit with the holes that we drilled. Wrong direction. Yeah, I'm feeling the carbon fiber dust a little bit, I think. It was the one time I cut a carbon fiber for a long time, so any future carbon fiber I'm going to be putting a mask on for. But, all right, let's see. Yeah, I know, I've... I gotcha. The problem is I can't get you guys tall enough to see what I'm doing because I got to get my fingers kind of close to things here. Can I? No, that's not one operation, so let's pull that down a little bit. This shakes my entire desk. I'm hearing crackling noises when it gets through. Oop. I know you guys can barely see because I got to put my fingies close by. There, I got to slow down, then I don't hear crackling. Okay. Oh yeah, pilot hole. Nope, wrong button. That and that. Shit, fuck. Now the fans that I have are 5 volts. I ordered 2 more 12 volt ones though. But if they don't come today, then I guess we can do layout with the 5 volt fans in place. Getting all the power cables sorted is going to be difficult too. All right, so now I make this one into a giant pit. Up we go. Ah! Okay, fine. You stay there. Just where I wanted it to be, right? What if there's like a workshop noise background sound for sleeping? It's an asthma stream. Oh, can you guys even hear that crunch? Huh. Oh, yeah, it sounds a little crunchy. I don't know if I'm gonna have to. I'll probably have to counterbore a lot of the holes. I can just use the hand to counterbore though. If they did fray out like it sounded like. Okay, we gotta sink this thing all the way down, which isn't gonna work with my drill press. I need to, I think I need to go back to center. So we do have to re-bore this hole, because if I did that, I would have drilled into one of the pillars of my drill. This will take advantage of the open section in the middle. I gotta center it though. That's getting toasty, huh? Yeah, nice and toasty. A little bit of friction involved in wood drilling. This is gonna make so much dust. That hole boring tool is starting to look a little bit more appealing, huh? I'm gonna let it cool off. Go a little further. I actually do need to lower this. Don't let it burn. Vacuum the machine, yeah. Yeah, the step drill makes deburring really easy, but I'm not talking about the step drilled holes. I'm talking about the regular drilled holes. I mean, I guess I could use the small step drill if it's small enough. All right, there we go. That's all I need. So I'm gonna let that cool off for a little bit, because drilling out wood like that is that's a pretty toasty affair. That step drill's worth gold. Never sell it. I got 2 of these big ones. They're not that expensive around here. Hot holes coming through. Make a what is it? Make a tunnel? No, that's not it. Damn it. My brain just shut down on that one. I guess I'll never know what I wanted to say. All right. Let me brush this off. Ribbed. No! Strip mined. That's what it is. I am going to have to vacuum this, and as little as I want to vacuum carbon fiber dust, that's just the fate. That's just the fate that I'm subscribed for. I've got a like a bag filter over the... What is the size of the bag filter? Let's see if this is appropriate. Cloth filters. There are no stats on this at all. Which probably means everything is going to go through this. Vac Master 1.5 to 3. No, that's just what it fits. Yeah. Go get an N95 and put it over the end of it, over the vacuum. I do have some HEPA filters, but I don't know. I don't think I'd be able to use them with the vacuum, with the shop vac. All right, here we go, chat. You guys ready for a lot of carbon fiber? This thing is going to get torquey, so I'm probably going to have to put my hand out here just so that I have the counter torque available to me. I can keep this thing flat. All right, go time. Smooth as butter. Okay, not smooth anymore. Quite difficult, in fact. This is going to be a very slow process, it seems. Oh, and I can smell it burning. Is that still really hot? Yeah. Progress is slow. Day 12, we're still drilling. Who knows what horrors we'll find under the earth. All right, we're burning epoxy. The smell of burning epoxy is filling the area. So I'm gonna go ahead and just hold off for a minute. We're just gonna wait. We'll just give it a minute here. I mean, the parts of this bit that are coated, you can see are like that, and I think I see smoke coming off of it. So the wood drilling got it quite toasty. Now I could spray it with like oil to cool it off, or we could just give it a minute here. Just one blunt step. Yeah, step 2 is usually pretty blunt, because that's the one that I seem to use most often on these. 2 and 3. Bop, 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 bop. Damn, it's already that time? Jesus Christ. Well, we're going to go a little late today, then. I'm just going to give this a minute to cool off. Burn the dust before it gets in the air. I don't know if that... I don't know if that's how that should work. Yeah, it's still hot. Damn. Well, I guess I don't need any of the other markings anymore. I could spritz it with a little water. What do we got here? This is water and a little bit of no-wash detergent, but... Now it's just hot water. Well, this will be good because this is the dustiest step of them all. The problem with the step drill is that it's a big chunk of metal, and big chunks of metal don't like to cool off very quickly. It's a bath. This is my hot tub stream. Oh God, no. Yeah, the problem is the goopy carbon fiber dust. It's gonna get in the sink. Oh well. This is gonna go right over to the sink where I'll peel it and wash it off, and then I'll come back here and dry it, and we'll take a look at everything that we've done. And then we'll start reassembling everything. We'll at least end the stream with a partially fully assembled computer that I need to wire. There's a lot of frayed edges down there. So the torque of this is starting to catch. I feel like I still need to do one or two more, and man, it is looking gross. That cut does not look very good. Probably should have done it with the other bit, the scary bit, but oh well. Here we go. I was afraid of this thing catching and then like throwing the plate around. Probably a good argument for actually clamping that thing down. Oh, that's gross. That's just carbon fiber sludge now. Delicious. All right, let's clean up the other side. All right, so it's one hole from maximum. I didn't want to take it out to max. There's still a lot of material between the screws, so it's not, the fan blade is still going to be partially uncovered. I don't like that, but that's just what we got to live with. So I got to go wash this whole thing off. Easier to vacuum when it's wet. Maybe, yeah. Okay, I got to go wash this thing off. I'm gonna have to throw up a BRB. And yeah, I'll be back, and then we'll take a look at this thing. We'll peel it and have a good time. All right, let's get the tape off of this thing so I can finish drying it off. We can see what we ended up with. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, do I hope nothing uncharacteristic and wacky happens. No, I hope everything ends up in the right spots. That was too quick of a fade out. Let's pull you guys back over. Okay. Y'all ready for this? So we got to get all this tape off of here, and this is the flimsiest tape in the world, so. Hopefully it all looks good, works good, acts good, feels good. Still have wiring to do on this. That's sort of the next thing. But I'm probably going to make a lot of progress on wiring on my own without you guys, because that'll be the last step, and then I can do a final kind of like count all my chickens, make sure they've all hatched, and I'll power it up for the first time with you guys. So if I can get the wiring done, which is the wiring is going to be looking around for like connectors and stuff a lot, but if I can get the wiring done in good time, we can also do Octojay's tablets tomorrow. Push comes to shove, I'll do the tablets on Saturday, but I'm aiming to be able to do them on Friday. Got a lot done today. What else did I need to do? Nothing else with the computer that I'm not purposefully avoiding in order to not drag the project out. Oh wow, these holes look like drunk. Well, I think we can just hit them all with just a little minor countersink action, and it'll look good. Yeah, a lot of these look, I can see that some of them are off by a little bit. It could have been my X's, it could have just been the loose way that I went about finding the holes of the drill. We'll see. And then in the end, hopefully none of my weirdness will show through. None of the mistakes will show through. Everything will look like it's been purposefully placed and properly sized. Skull anyway. That's it's all custom fab thing, man. I find whenever the human is involved, things get sloppy. Ah. Also, this wide tape does not do you any favors peeling it off. Yep. Anybody want a ball? Should we run a contest to see who gets the ball of masking tape? Just run a quick contest in chat. I should have been more aggressive on the bottom side with getting rid of that lip, which I guess I could do on the drill press right now if I need to, but I think I'm going to, because some of these are not good. Well, actually, no, those I can do with a hand drill. Yeah, all right, so next step is to create more dust. Great. Great, just what I wanted to do is create more frickin' dust. More dust. All the dust, all the time. Not bad for my first big carbon fiber platining. There's some scratches on the front of this thing that I just can't avoid, because this is an old piece of carbon fiber that I've had sitting around for quite some time. But it's Hobby King carbon fibers, 35 bucks. And I think it looks great because it's this matte color. Love to put it on a CNC. All right, so I need to go over basically all the holes that I put in this thing. Well, do I though? The ones that are going to have cables coming out of them, I'm a little reluctant to leave like that, but I guess I can. As long as they don't look like that. No, they do look like that on top. All right, I need to do it all over. Everybody gets a countersink. I could probably do this by hand. Maybe, yeah, I think it does need the step drill as countersink. Nah, I don't know if I like that. Maybe I'll just leave it alone. Let me knock out the big ones, though. These in the bottom are... Sometimes when you try to use the step drill as a countersink, it goes horribly wrong. And it bores partially through your holes. I do have a wider countersink, though, that I could use with the drill. Where did it go? What did I do with those? Let's see. Or will this stuff work with the edge breaker? A bit. That's not very fancy looking, but it gets rid of the bad stuff, which is kind of what I want. I'm trying to push down with it instead of going sideways. Yeah, that'll... Yeah, just trying to get rid of all the horrible edges that I've left. Not as elegant on carbon fiber, is it? Also, this bit is probably getting dull. Is that all of them? That's all the big ones. So, all right, so those are the really frayed ones, and then these I can just leave alone. Okay, yeah, let's continue on. Oh God, more dust. Shit, that stuff's gonna be all over the place, isn't it? We'll do a couple washings with water on the desk here. Just want to make sure to get rid of this dust. It's everywhere. Of course, it's rough. Where is my Windex? Yeah, Windex will dry faster and smell better. Oh, but it'll also throw all this all over the place. There you go. Contain, contain, contain. Contain it all. Okay. All right. Assembly time. What do I want to do first? Well, I guess because it's going to be very heavy, but I may have to... I really hope I don't have to move any of the holes. This is a little overconfident, what I'm doing now, which is assembling it without really testing anything. But we need an end to the stream, and so this is what it's going to be. This is going to take a little while. God, this looks like it was drilled by a child. Luckily, nobody will see that. Yeah, it might be Naughty Sock. I think I went too quickly. I was putting too much pressure into the pillar drill. If I went nice and slow, it might have had a better hole. Or if I drilled directly into the wood, and that way there would have been something behind this so that the drill could properly shear off those little frayed ends. You are supposed to go very quickly with carbon fiber. Okay, so this goes like this, right? This is the bottom. This is the top. Top looks a little bit better than the bottom. And then those go here. Oh God, spatial thinking will be the downfall of us all. I don't know if these stayed in order. Hopefully they did, which means this one goes over here. Just plunge the hole. Yeah. But carbon fibers. Yeah, look, I can feel the dust. It feels more dusty than it did before in here. I'm gonna have to vacuum that stuff up, but there's still a bit of it that was like aerosolized. Hard to avoid too. I mean, the best advice I think would have probably have been listening to Flatulent Gonad and using water the entire time. Of course, I got to make sure that nothing is wet over there, but using water the entire time. And if I use the DRO for the layout, I could have attached the plate and then used my X and Y coordinates in order to plan out where all the holes should go. Even if just marking a center spot and then going from there. But then, you know, then I wouldn't have had to rely on markings to tell me where to go. Carbon fiber dust becomes conductive. That's in large quantities. I don't think this is going to be very conductive. The stuff that's left on anything, any surface around here. Carbon fiber is conductive, yes, but if you're going to talk about the dust being conductive, you're talking about a very dusty environment indeed. Shit. If only I had a tool to hold this thing instead of... Yeah, let's do this. The long floaty strands are the ones that short stuff out. I don't think I have any long floaty strands, luckily. They get into main sockets and go bang? Oh my god. Dude. sounds ridiculous. Probably should use the hexagonal screwdriver. I think that would be more comfortable at this point. Oh well. You had loads of it packed inside of your old CNC machine. Oh my god, the CNC PC, it didn't do anything? That's incredible. Yeah, it's, I don't know, it's people like to come in here and tell me that whatever I'm doing is going to fail. We got that at the beginning of the stream, of this series of streams, rather, where we were working on redoing the PC that I've been using for like, yeah, this style of PC I've been using for like 10 years, right? And so at the beginning of last time, when I was disassembling the working PC, somebody comes in and goes, it's going to overheat and you're going to fail and this thing isn't going to work. It's like, all right, thanks, man. Thanks for that. I don't know what it is, man. People love to just poo-poo stuff you're doing. They got a fetish. It's conductive enough to cause you issues if you bolt a circuit board to a sheet of carbon fiber without spacers. Yeah, that's what, like, you could poke through it with scope probes and see how much it's conducting. I have a strand in my thumb. Hold on. I got, yeah, there it is. That's what these are good for, chat. If you're going to be working with meta materials like this, or like weird, cool-looking materials like fiberglass and carbon fiber, you bet your bottom, I bet your bottom dollar, you bet your ass that you're going to be getting little strands of it in your body. And here's what I just got. I don't know if I'll be able to show you guys this because it's in a like an awkward position on my thumb. If I do this, you guys might be able to see it. There it is. See that little dark spot right there? That motherfucker is right on a nerve. But if you get these little plucking tweezers, they're very good at clamping down on very, very small things. So grab it and pull, and it's gone. No more pain, no more tears, only dreams. So yeah, that little bastard right there was just lodged in my thumb. That happens a lot. It happens actually all the damn time because I work with metal and I work with carbon fiber, and I don't really like fiberglass, but I work with circuit boards, so it's easier with carbon. At least you can see the spiky bits. Yeah, fiberglass is invisible. Fiberglass you don't. I just heard thunder outside, by the way. I haven't worked with carbon, just fiberglass. Yeah, fiberglass is a little bit harsher, I think. I have worked with fiberglass, but not to any good end. I have a friend who likes to make panels for his cars out of carbon or out of fiberglass. He'll use the original as a mold to make panel sections, and then he'll go auto crossing. I think these are on the wrong ones because these aren't fitting as well as I think they should. But he'll then go auto crossing, and like if anything happens to the panel, he'll just spool up another one out of fiberglass. He worked on custom car panels and exhausts. Damn, sounds cool. That sounds cool. We're back to this game where I try to match up the hastily drilled, hand-drilled holes with standoffs that get right up to the edge. That one goes over, which is bad. I have two different sizes of these things. So it's one or the other. One of them's a full millimeter, which I don't think I'm using any of those. The other one is 0.2 distanced from the other. I mean, that one looks like it'll be close, but if I tighten it up, it probably won't be. No, that's actually pretty good. That's pretty good. See, I just hastily made these little standoff pieces. I could probably make a piece that actually like goes the span, but this is the easiest way to do it. Was the easiest way to do it when we were going to be quickly making this project. I slowed it down because the LAN party got canceled. That was like 3 years ago. I've been working on this ever since. I was a young man when I started this project. Now I am old. And I have much to teach. This feels like the wrong size. I don't know. We'll try it. Okay. My hands are tired from working on this thing. I've been working on this thing like almost all day for a couple weeks. Every day. Even 4th of July weekend, I was working. Because, you know, this is my gaming computer, so I have nothing else to do. I have nothing else to do. I would have loved to listen to music on my vacuum tube amplifier that Donald Trump bought me with his $600 check that he signed. Or playing Mass Effect. I already mentioned that. We're playing Valheim, because I got my friend's save. Gunear was the one holding our save hostage. I got it from him, so I've been able to do some of the chores that I wanted to do in Valheim. But no, now I don't have a PC. It's all your fault. It's your fault, chat. You did this to me. No, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. This is going to feel great to have done. Mine is in pieces because I got bored. Yeah. I'm going to be super happy to have this the way it is. Although, you know, the ideas that we had about hiding LEDs in the panels, I'm definitely going to be printing this out of the translucent material because that's going to look really, really, really good with the deeper colors. But, I would love to do some crazy lighting stuff to this. It's not like I'm going to, like, computer building competitions, though. I just like doing this. It's hard to post on those forums, man. I hate forums. I could post this to Reddit, but then I've got to answer about 100,000 questions about the power supply. And then everybody's going to tell me that I'm going to die because of the power supply that I built. They do not enjoy custom-built power supplies because you're dealing with 120 volts, right? But I followed as many of the regulations as I could, so might have gotten a little loosey-goosey with some of the spacing on the 300-volt part, having it get in a little bit too close proximity to 12 volts. I haven't had a problem yet. The whole point of those... See, the distance bothers me. I guess I can't do anything about it. It's as close as I'm going to get. The other one is too far. That one is too close. But anyway, that's why it says danger medium voltage on it, because everybody started complaining about, that's low voltage. And it's like, you're low voltage. Shut up. Hi, BitTech. Here's my 3D printed case next to your welded with integrated water cooling. Yeah, right? Yeah, some people go psycho with their builds. I am indeed in that camp, but I've seen some pretty crazy shit. It's like it's 0.1 millimeter off, not 0.2. And maybe that's why the 0.2s don't fit very well. My thumb is extremely tired. That's why I'm dropping that thing all over the place. Way too many critics when it comes to custom-built PCs. Everybody's an expert. Yep, that's the thing. 600 watts, you're never going to be able to run a 1080 FTW and the blah, 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 whatever processor I have. Okay. You win. You're right. I'll never be able to run it, especially not every day since I got it. That graphics card. Ah! Fuck. Stupid, tired thumb. The hex key is not the most ergonomic device in the world. I would love to do custom PC cases. I've been wanting to do that for years, like game customized cases. Yeah, you could do all that sculpting work for that. If you guys don't know, Demethil is an extremely skilled sculptor. I know he's oh, no, it's nothing. I'm just an average kid. No, he's extremely good at sculpting, and there's nothing you can say to prove otherwise. But you could do some really cool stuff. Like, I've seen, like, some of the Fallout cases are amazing. Some of those Fallout cases are great because they make them look like vaults and shit. I'll steal one from over here, but I'm going to regret it. I don't know where that other... Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he makes some pretty baller stuff, considering. Of course, then you have to think about how it's going to transport and house something, because, I don't know, it's sort of... I guess you couldn't really do ceramics, right? You would have to do, like, either foam casting or... how does that stuff hold up? Fuck! I feel like the Fallout case that Rabaz made. That was cool. Oh, God. Putting these things on is really annoying. I should have come up with a different system for this. This is just our emergency. I need to mount something. That sounds wrong. Standoffs. Standoffs for the Mobo. We'll do those before I slot this thing in. Because if there are any problems, then I'll cry. That's my guarantee. Sculpt in clay first, piece by piece. Make molds, then cast in fast cast resin. Ah, that's right. Yeah, that's a good sequence of events. I want to have the crush washers on the board. I could put them on the carbon fiber, but I think they're still going to make a ground contact through the hole that was put in this. So if the screws are tight enough in there, it should provide me with something of a ground plane for the motherboard, which is another reason I used carbon fiber. I just didn't communicate that with you guys. Okay, that's gonna bend that if that goes directly down. Put you on top of there. Sit tight. All right. What happened to the screws that I was gonna put into the bottom of these? I think it might still be in here. Ow! I'm gonna cut myself on the corner of this thing. Yeah, here they are. Here they is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Woo! Thunderclap. That one made a real crackling noise. Chat, if I leave suddenly, it's not because I don't like you. Because I don't like you. But that's, thunderstorms around here take out power very quickly. So I will be reverted to 1970s oh bother. 1870s oh bother. And I'll have to use battery devices for everything. I don't go near glass fiber or carbon fiber. When I worked with glass fiber as a filament for the PA66 BMW plastic, it itched and burned all over my body. Oh God. I don't look forward to that. I don't think I'm gonna get that much fiber in me. Certainly hope not. Just gonna make sure these are tight. Right now, as I go through this assembly, get everything right. The next step is wiring, which is a pain in the butt. This is another one right here. Oh, I'm buzzing, hold on. Buzzing, why am I buzzing? Oh my God, I'm getting like a lot of, what the fuck? Oh, neighborhood alert. Severe thunderstorm warning. Oh boy. Yeah, and then that package got rejected. I was gonna get some Norwegian chocolates, I think, with that, as well as some cool stuff to take apart on stream, which I really would have liked. But they're having a lot of trouble. They had to save up money to even send it, and I'm like, please don't do that. Like, send it if it's convenient to you. I don't want to put anybody on the spot for anything like that, you know? That's why I consider, like, if you send me something, it is like throwing it out. You're just throwing it in the garbage. We get thunderstorm warnings all the time? Yeah. Nya! I am the god of hellfire. Oh, there it goes. That's our power. Well, Well, I guess I'll see you guys later. I'm still streaming. Actually, the lights are back on. Whew, my hair is standing on end. So that was a test of all of the PDUs that I put in. No, the UPSs. All the UPSs that I put in. Half of the shop lights are out though. Actually, no, those are on Tasmota. Setup, lights, shop. There we go. Yeah, I have 3 battery backups. One is on the internet device, and OctoJ just got one of his own. OctoJ got one on his internet devices too. It's just one of those like $60 single battery things. Then I have a very, very powerful one on the server rack that also powers the streaming computer. And then the other one I have is on the gaming computer, which is not being used right now. But that means that when power blips like that, my internet doesn't go out. I told you guys. I told you it might happen. Now, I don't want to pull up a weather thing because it's going to dox me. Let's just pull it up, and I'll put in Radnor, which is a nearby town. Possible drizzle and humid. Yeah, I think it's a little worse than that, bud. Really? Really? Look at this doxing weather cell. Oh my god. Thanks. I'm in Philadelphia. Well, it's missing me. What, Tomato didn't even get through his intro? Wait a minute, what happened? His power went out that easily? Man, I'll tell you something. Tomato. You should probably get battery backups on all your stuff. He's gonna roll his eyes at that. He probably doesn't give a shit. He'll never hear this. He doesn't give a shit about me. But, oh, not today, the other day. Oh, yeah, when his power went out. That's exactly what made me buy probably like, not $1,000, but I mean $60 on the internet stuff, and then a backup, an uninterrupted supply on the stream computer. That'll give you a little bit of time. And what that gave me was time to go, well, chat, I guess I'm going to have to shut everything down. And then the power came back up. So, oh my God. All right, so that made my hair stand on end. That scared the hell out of me. How do you even hook stuff up like that up? So, here's the power cable that goes into the wall. And you go, boop, and you plug it into the UPS. And you plug the UPS into the wall. And it goes, holy fucking shit, power's out. And then it provides 120 volts or whatever to the rest of your equipment. It's as simple as it could get. Simple, simple, simple. I'm full of Red Bull and adrenaline now. And I have nowhere to go. I'm just gonna have a rave right here. Oh, this one needs to be wider. Shit! Well, I didn't put the thermometer stuff in yet. I can drill that hole live when the time comes. Or I could throw it on, well, the pillar drill. Nah. Yeah, that's the other thing that happens. My file server didn't shut down, actually. It probably should have. I think I set it to shut down. It should be plugged in via USB to the file server, and the UPS should talk to one another right now. And my file server should be shutting down. It doesn't appear to be, though. I don't know why. I'm gonna have to check up on that. That's all free, what is it, free BSD settings. All right, let's, should I put the stuff on here yet? So I don't have to wield the entire computer when I do it? Because this will just slide down. Did that all go in correctly? Yeah, okay. All right, sorry, I'm just thinking about order of operations here. You know, engineers and their order of operations. So let's do this next. So I need just like a couple threads sticking up through this thing. I guess I could use these, but this is like pretty thick plate, so yeah, that'll be good. FreeNAS, that's it. Sorry, I forgot. Oh, that's the wrong type of screw. Or is it? Yeah, it is. Huh, that's one of the ones that I was looking for. Damn it. I picked a random screw out of this thing, and it happened to be one of the ones that I needed? Are you kidding me? Where's my tweezers? That'll... well... that will go all the way up to the rubber, but it'll be too small. Do I keep picking the same size? I keep picking the same size screw. Oh my god. I have a problem. Oh, I see. Ah. I designed it for this size, but I don't think I have this size that's large enough. Nope, that's actually perfect. Okay, good. I don't need to use the laptop screws here. I just need something that holds it. That press fit. That might be a bad size. Okay, hold on. Let's see. What else can I do here? Actually, I could just press fit these, and I'll alter them when I reprint this. Although printing this in, yeah, it would have to match the color of everything else, so I'd have to reprint that one. That one's like a full project to rebuild. What about these? Now that fits tightly, but I don't think... yeah, that would go into the rubber, which I really don't want. Don't want it to go into the rubber. All right, hold on. We're not done yet. I got more bolts that I can look at. Those are drone size. These are all too small. Yeah, I'll use the ones that fit loosely, I guess. These don't fit amazingly well, but when I redo the part, I can make those holes fit a little better. So I can literally just press that on, and it'll kind of hold it. It's just friction fit. That's how it'll be. At least it doesn't have to win like a BattleBots champion or anything like that, you know? It can be a little loose in some spots. There's a screwdriver. I was looking for the screwdriver. Yeah, I guess they kind of like friction fit in, but then if you screw them in, they reorient themselves and they get stuck on all the little ridges of the 3D print. Also, my holes might be kind of badly spaced. Yeah, the holes might be a little badly spaced, which works to my advantage because this thing's now on there. Oh, it's so nice to not have that rattle around in the case. And then that cable's going to do a little loop-de-loop into there. I could have gone crazy and made this so that you wouldn't see any of the cable connections and they would all go, like, have a little thing that goes over them or something. It'd still build like a shroud for that, but this has to carry more cables. I don't know if this is going to be able to carry all those cables. I may need to come back and widen this thing a little bit more. I'm not too confident in that, but we got a lot of stuff to work out anyway first. So, let's see. Well, the graphics card one goes on after the fact. Motherboard we will test in a minute here. This thing looks crooked. It's not. It is. But let's see. Yeah. Fitting the fan is a particular weirdness, because I don't know how I'm going to do that. We'll just look at how the fan fits, and I'll fit a fan later. So that goes under here. And I'm seeing light through all four. It's just fairly restrictive. If I could have gone that one more, clicking. I hear clicking from the UPSs. Our phases are changing. It means the power company is switching stuff. Stripes are going downhill. It's faster that way. Can't have the stripes in line. Well, no, but then the racing stripes shouldn't go faster like that. I mean, I could probably drill this out a little bit more. I do have one more step to go. So if push comes to shove, I'll do one more on that. I need to widen this one. These are actually fine. Let's move on from the fan. I mean, I could run it like this too. I could just run it like this, and that probably would be okay. Actually, where does the... I'd have to extend this so I can actually get to a fan plug. I might need a hole for a fan plug out here. I'll just leave it open for now. Okay, so that goes into the frame. The clicking from the power supplies means that the power company is doing something with the phases, perhaps using the grid to switch stuff around problem areas out west. Oh man, to be in that control room right now, I used to know where it is. I had a job interview there. You have to have security clearance to go in there. It's basically the entire Northeast is, the Northeast's power grid has a big control center that looks like just a completely unassuming office building in a regular old office park, except it has military grade, those like wedges that come up out of the pavement in order to stop cars from going in and out of the parking lot. But other than that, it looks like a totally normal parking, totally normal like office complex facility in office complexes. Inside, of course, you need to go through all the security just to get in. And then if you don't have a clearance, you can't go downstairs to the big control room, which is apparently one of those like proper control rooms with like all the stations and stuff. But I bet that place is popping off right now. So my shitty cut is one of the problems with this thing. All the way down here, that shitty cut is going to keep this from fitting properly. What's going on here? What are you doing? Why are you messing me up? Why are you messing me up like this? What are you doing? Oh, yeah, it's because that goes over. That's not allowing this to... Okay, so I think I need to remove those little things on the ends so that the plate can sit properly. Oh, I need to find a new one for this one. Power of the power. Yeah, we moved the graphics card 3 millimeters to the left, and now there's like a 2 millimeter gap between that shielding and the capacitor, which is enough. You know, 300 volt DC is not going to arc on that distance, especially unprovoked. Sorry, I got to do this again because the edges of these things are too close to the frame rail, and then that causes everything to get discombobulated. Ah, it's a great noise. Jeez. Oops. Oh, okay. Yeah, this plate just hates to have stuff in it, I guess. Hold on, let me just investigate this a little bit. Oh, it might actually be because it's crooked in there. It like it fits so tightly that everything oh god, it hates it. It hates it. Huh, I guess I'll have to live with it. All right. I just want to see what this thing looks like, damn it. I have to know what it looks like. Yeah, I gotta get some other ones of these things, so give me one sec. I got them all over here in the bin of derelict parts. I still need to cut and drill the front panel too. That's gonna be a bit of measuring. Yeah, the worst thing that can happen here is the storm takes out power somewhere else, and the power company decides to start getting a little frisky with the switches and buttons, and they end up powering us down in order to power up somewhere else. We hear like... Okay, go back here. Yeah, exactly. I make sure that, I mean, rich people need power, so... And if you have if the board members of the power company are, you know, have a power outage, that's going to be a serious problem. 11.8. 11.6. 11. Did it go by 0.4? That seems a bit extreme. I don't think that's what I did. I must have edited the file and then forgotten that I edited the file, and that's why they're all over the place. Huh. So I'll have to put the 11 ones back. I'll have to design some new ones so that... Because the ones that are just to the length don't quite hold right. They'll do for now, but... My face is in the way, isn't it? Sorry. It's gotta be. It's a necessary evil. Of course, I can't use the torque mode for the hex key because this post is in the way. And then I end up firing the hex key away. Oh wait, that one's upside down. God damn it. Fuck. All right, I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this out. That's probably going to be a little bit more convenient. At least now I've got a larger handle. Yeah, that is easier. Be nice if I could like thread these things. Oh wait, no. Was that in? This goes like this. Okay. All right, I got it. 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 Digital caddy watt meter to see how it is, how far it's off. No. I can just look at the plate when I'm done. And just one of the original ones, because I meant to make 0.2 spaced ones, because 0.2 I think would take up the that difference in distance better. But I made 11.8 ones instead of 0.2. I screwed it all up. Yeah, that one's 11. All right, so we'll use that. Some of the 11.8s actually fit perfectly, though. Yeah, I'm going to take this out to the end of assembly, and then I'll have to cut that carbon fiber plate later and design a little thing to go behind it. And then we'll do wiring. And we'll do Octajay's tablets. Just as soon as I have a gaming computer. Yeah, this is the one that's setting this one off. Wait, which one is it? Yeah, the one on the bottom there. That one down there is culprit. Gotta excise it. I also need to design little pieces that fit on top of the vertical spans so that they stay in the center of the Makerbeam. All right, I need a couple more of the small ones, and those aren't the small ones. I gotta fish for them. Ugh. This is a major pain in my ass, chat. Major pain in the butt. If I had done the DRO method that I really should have, by stapling it to that plate and then doing it by the numbers, probably would have finished faster too. I don't think about that when I'm working like this. A lot of the time, I'm coming up with the way to do this stuff with you guys on air. That's why you guys have so much say in projects sometimes. Sometimes you guys get a lot of say in how I do stuff. Yeah, the gear gauge, that one was really weird. It was designed to measure the depth and the size of gear pieces. And I think I saw one like recently before you had shown us that one. I don't know, it was from, yeah, 11.7. It was like, I think when one of, yeah, I watched, what did I watch? I watched This Old Tony. He did a thing on gears. 9 is totally out of the question. We need 11. 9 or 11. I mean, what? Oh. How did I get 11.08? 9. That's 11. All right, that's the right size. That one is the right size. Let's get that one in there. Oh, come on. There it goes. There it is. Should be using a wrench to hold on to these. This whole 3D printing a majority of the interconnected components of the computer thing is really kind of neat. It's worked out quite well for me. How's that fitting? A little bit more completely. It just seems like, I don't know, maybe the span on the edge here is too large. It would need to be like filed down a little bit. Because like if that fits on, that fits on, but it feels like it's like bending over here. I don't know why. Maybe if I loosen up the power supply mounts, if those are putting a little pressure on it, making it more narrow. I just don't know. All right, well, let's lock it up. Lock it up. It is crooked. The whole ding-dang thing is crooked. There we go. What? Okay. It was crooked. Some of them are off by a little bit, and I'll have to go back and replace them. Fuck. Okay. Let's put a shorter one on this, because that's poking it out. Certified long ones. That one is the 9, I think. If I move this hand, that'll drop and I'll get annoyed. All right. I need to find a short one. I'm going crazy. If I hadn't mixed the good parts of the bad parts, I wouldn't be in this situation. This is a shorter one. Okay. It's like making work for myself later. I wouldn't be so stressed about this if I had more time, but I don't want to run super late today. But there's still work to be done, and I need to come to a logical conclusion at the end of this stream, you know? That's what we're gonna do. Also, I'm not gonna rob you guys of the satisfaction of being able to see this thing constructed. With everything mounted perfectly and absolutely no need for me to go back and tighten up literally everything and stretch some screw holes of the file. Right? Right? Oh, God. All right, this one goes here. I do need to make sure that I do that thermometer hole, though, the temperature sensor hole, because that links into my desk, and my desk senses the heat in the computer, and it ramps up the exhaust fans at the back of the desk. This thing is perfectly capable of operating on its own, but when I put it in the keyboard tray of the computer, then it has restricted airflow. and I don't want air wafting into my face. So I have an exhaust fan thing on the back, and I have that conscious of the temperature of the computer. So when I actually start gaming, because I'm a gamer, when I actually start gaming, it actually starts exhausting a lot faster. No, I can't turn it on now. We need to do the wiring still. There may be holes for wires, but there ain't no wires connecting this thing. I got no strings. Yeah, the thermometer could probably come up through that hole in the carbon fiber in the back there. Look at this boy. Look at this mounted boy. Okay, get this out of the way before I scratch up the bottom plate. All this stuff, just you go over there. First, I need to put down the side panel. So I'll put the front on, because that's the one that I reached for and happened to get. Mobo. Wrong way. Building computers is extremely difficult, and I put the motherboard sideways. Leave it to me, Chad. I'm an expert. See, the thing is, this panel gets in the way of the motherboard, so I need to put this first. I need to put this in first. Ugh, the way the panel changes shape is kind of annoying. All right, pick this up. Put this down. You picking up what I'm putting down. There we go. And then this in like that. Then I have to somehow fish these screws in, and hopefully all 4 of them fit. Otherwise, we're gonna have to have a talk, chat, if this doesn't fit. You and me. We're gonna need to discuss some things. One there. Hands are shaking. It's a little bit physical, doing this stuff. Uh-oh, that one's not quite right. Now that could be just needing to lift and twist a little bit. Or it could be that it isn't quite correct. I needed that millimeter, it looks like. Yep, I needed that millimeter. Didn't get it. Okay, so let's see if we can exploit the size of the holes as much as possible. So loosen up these 2. Actually, all of them. Just have all loose fasteners in here. Yeah, see, that kind of wedged its way in. I don't know if I can get away with it over here, though. No, I kind of can, actually. Where's the last one? Dong. My can made a noise like a gong. Hold on. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad that I didn't do an extra millimeter on those. That last one ended up in a weird spot because I think I used it to size the holes. So it might be over by the milling machine. I don't see it over there. Okay. All right. Move this guy out of the way. No. All right, I got a rogue screw. Where did it go? Over there. Those are the top case screws. This is this thing for the fan. Yeah, there's just one of those button-headed black screws just around the surface of the table. I just need to find it. I see nothing. I see nothing anymore. Put the calipers away. Put this thing back. Ish. Let me look over by the milling machine, because that might have been where it went. Over by the mill. Places I would put screws. Well, that's a pile of carbon fiber, so I don't think I put it there. If I fit it, I might have put it to the side. Nah, that's not it either. Okay, so it's got to be on the desk. It's got to be on the desk. Just there's a lot of other stuff on the desk. Everything I don't need. Just get it out of the way. Stuck to that. Nope. Oh, there's the camera. The fan below I didn't put in yet. I will put it in. Yeah, I'll put it in later. I'll widen it, and then I'll widen the carbon fiber hole one more step, the last step, and I'll put the hole for the thermometer too that I forgot to do. So yeah, it doesn't quite do it. I'll have to do a little bit of a revision, but this will be the first test fit. We can put this in, side panel with the fans in it. That goes over here. Put a car in the middle of the room. That way everything ends up under the middle of it. That's true. You have a point. It's got a point. Okay, why are you fighting me? It's because of the wires coming out of this thing. If I could redesign these, I could put standoff mounts on them, and then it would hold everything in place so that I could slot it in easier. But who needs easy when you can make problems for yourself constantly? Jeez, that is a tight fit. There's not a lot of room in that. Okay, one last screw. One last screw. Where could it possibly have gotten to? It was the one that I was using to size it too. That's the issue that I have. And I've got the lock washer for it over here. I could curse. I mean, I guess I can get another one. There's another one right here. I thought I only had 8 of them, so maybe that's what it was. Maybe the one screw got mixed in with the others, and I mistook it. So yeah, there, screw. I don't know why all bolts don't just have 1/4-inch drive holes. Well, because not everybody uses inch standard. Not everybody uses them inches. I'm like leaning up into the camera. All right, I managed to get all of the bolts in. It might just be that the bases would wobble a little bit on their holes. So if I can get these tight. Yeah, there's the edge of the M2 drive. It's just poking out to say hi. It'll have a little bit of fan coverage on it. I'm just putting a finger on the other side, and that way everything tightens up in one. Imagine needing only 3 size ratchets to... Well, yeah, in a dream world, but, you know, all kinds of different fasteners exist because all kinds of different fastening needs to happen. That's why they're job specific, you know? Oftentimes, they're used in the wrong places. Oh, man, I'm going to have to... This panel, really annoying. With the panel redesign, with the interlock redesign, I'll be able to... Those panels will be a little bit easier to work with. But that's a lot of printing that I'm not doing right now. That like barely fits together without a rail on top of it. All right, graphics card. The motherboard is in. I'm super happy about that. How's that for tightness? It needs to be a little tighter. I need to tighten the top ones. Yeah, it's probably, the screws are probably at their maximum, you know, width or whatever. They're probably not quite correctly spaced. They're good enough, but man, using the DRO for jobs like that, you get better results. Oh, this thing needs to go in. All right. Well, the graphics card has to come down as one thing, so one big piece. I thought of making this piece have a top that I could remove, but I didn't do it. I just didn't do it. I'm still not going to plug in the graphics card yet because there's still work to be done. All right, that goes in pretty nicely. I'm still going to have to remove the plate and alter it in order to, you know, fit everything properly. Because I forgot a couple holes, but now I need to do this operation, which is pretty nerve-wracking, if you ask me. And you did. You did ask me. Screws. I really probably should have put screw holes on the top of the thing to fit it vertically. I mean, it could, like, slot it into this. Well, let's just see what happens here. Screwdriver. See if I can see the holes. Oh, there's one. Okay, I got one. That means I just need to pivot to the other ones. Damn it. Well, at least these things will stick to the end of the screwdriver. That helps. That's a lot of water. Yeah, I got a lot of water. It's got flood warnings. No, I know you mean woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I'm misinterpreting you because around here, woulda is water. Water. It's a lot of water. Down the shore. I think maybe the bolt holes aren't deep enough. These aren't quite sinking all the way in. I do have shorter ones. I wonder if that one was... Well, actually, no, that's the same size. Weird. It doesn't really even need to be in there that much. And I need to make the holes smaller because there's no grip at all. That just press fit in. I think eventually this would drop it off. I don't know what we're doing about holding wires and cables and stuff. There's going to be some shenanigans under here in terms of getting the wires to everything. But now the graphics card doesn't come out when I do this. Yeah. Yeah. Well, with the top on, I could lift it by the graphics card, but I'm not going to do that. All right. What do we think? It's looking pretty good. Everything actually fit. I'm kind of happy about that. And I'll be able to make a new cable for this that'll go under there. And just have that little twisty come up and out of it, which looks kind of good. And then under to where it needs to go. Cool, cool. All right, sorry, next, let's put the top on. Let's put the top on, which is over here. And then I've got the cutouts here for the heat sink. The unfortunate bit is that it still fits kind of tightly over here because the, whatever it is, because the screws are a little too long. All right, hold on. I need to manipulate this thing. Manipulate it into position. All right, that'll close. All right, so let's close her up. So without feet, I still haven't put the feet on. The feet are the last step because I still need to take off the bottom piece, the bottom maker beams, in order to fit stuff, or in order to get that carbon fiber plate out of the way so that I can work on things. Oh yeah, and the fan isn't on the front. But yeah, I'll do a little massaging of this stuff and get it all to fit in. The big thing that I need to work on though before that is the front panel connectors. I just need to do one more Fusion 360 drawing, just one more Fusion 360 thing, and then one more carbon fiber plate cut. And one more set of holes. And that'll get the power switches where they need to be. But so far, so good. This is what we got. Dr. Young's lab. How you guys doing? Clearoff says it's beautiful. I don't agree with you. No, I'm just kidding. The case, I need a less pastel purple, which is probably literally on the front doorstep right now. Here, this needs to be loosened. and repositioned, loosened, repositioned, rethought up, redesigned, all of it. Everything needs editing. How's it going over in Dr. Young's lab? We made a lot of progress. We got a carbon fiber base plate cut. So now everything has a home. Everything has a home in this computer. It's not wired. None of it is wired. I still need to wire it up. But this thing will be able to transport all over the place and nothing's moving. Nothing is moving in the computer! How awesome is that? Fuck your computer! Okay, a bolt fell out. Wait, what bolt fell out? I just heard something on the ground. What was it? Oh, I think it was a little piece of metal scrap. I think. What fell? Yeah, I think it was a little piece of cut grating. So, the computer's together. Oh my God, a full 180 degrees and nothing moved. Things that still need to happen. Things that still need to happen. I need to install that fan. I need to drill out the outer radius of that fan one last time. I need to just get that a little bit wider. I need to run all the wires under here. I need to build the front switch panel. I need the 2 buttons on this. Should I do them? No, I should do them one on top of the other, because those will be lit up orange. Oh wait, oh, did I just bend that? I did indeed bend my antenna plate on the back. Honestly, I would love to design a panel that would hold this, that would hold all the accessories together, but I told myself I wouldn't go through with it. I don't know, maybe I can. Maybe I can make a panel for the back here, just to close up this whole thing, finally. A comically large knife switch. No. I've already got buttons. They don't need to be anything weird. So this panel, work on the bottom panel a little bit after fitment. I need to rewire the whole thing. All the wire lengths that I had before are completely wrong and they don't work. So the SSD is going to go underneath this thing. Everything's coming out of that hole. So I think I need that hole to be larger as well. So that hole larger, temperature probe larger in the back here. I'll need to figure out where I'm going to put the plug for the temperature readout. I certainly don't have room over here because we moved the graphics card. I could put it maybe like right up here. In which case, I'll just drill through that floppy drive. I got rid of all the drives on this, rightly so. Like when I go to the LAN party, I'm going to be using this like this, so it doesn't take up as much room. That's another part of locking down the graphics card and this thing so that nothing moves. I'm going to have this be able to be in vertical mode and exhausting air upwards. But yeah, the floppy drives and stuff would go here. That was the design of the original case. What is going to go there when we have time is a Nixie tube readout for fun. How will that affect the future water cooling setup? I don't know. It's going to be a much larger computer when I water cool it. We would have gotten over those problems. I still need to redesign the 3D printed panel pieces. Right now, this looks like some shitty like Ren Fair future thing. It looks like something from a Star Trek set, like the original Star Trek, where they were combining stuff just that was on the Paramount lot. You have like a weird pastel medieval like purple, and then hexagonal grading. It looks like a Star Trek prop, let's be honest. Yeah, the legs, I have little rubber bumpers that go on the corners. They fit into the corner cubes, which means that I won't be able to move the carbon fiber plate, so I'm not putting them on yet. But we still need to do wiring on this thing, and that's probably what we're going to do tomorrow. I want to get to Octojay's tablets soon. We might do Octojay's stuff on Tuesday. I really want to get those done and back to him because I know his parents are getting a little antsy. Oh wow, my violent shaking of the graphics card thing had some of the screws come out. Can you add shoulder straps and wear like a backpack? Probably. It's just the batteries would be a little bit large. Yeah, these screws not fitting in is a problem. That's a problem, and I can reprint that part pretty quickly, actually, to be honest. So I'll reprint that so that these screws actually are holding on to something. I wonder if the longer screws would hold on to something. Longer. I don't have longer screws. These are the longer screws. Yeah, I'm gonna have to re-gap those screws. That's one part though. What I'd really like to do, Demi, what I'd really like to do is hide LEDs in the rails. If I print gray inserts, like translucent gray inserts that go into these sections of the rails, first of all, they won't collect dust. But second of all, it would be kind of cool to be able to run like a thing of LEDs on them. I don't think I'll be able to though. But I'm going to be replacing all of the pastel 3D print with translucent, deeper color. It's purple, orange, or gray, and I have to make that decision. And I think I'm leaning towards purple again, because the purple's going to look more black, and so the contrast between the anodization and the black will be more apparent, which I think I like. It'll be deep purple, and I would love to put purple LEDs behind it. But what I'll do is the LEDs on the power supply facing out this way are orange. I can make the graphics card panels, which are also set in hexagonal grading, that's much cooler and smaller. I can make those orange. Hardware on this motherboard is orange. I think there's white LEDs at the back there. I don't know what to do around here. I can put a couple orange LEDs in the 12-volt connector, but yeah, smoke in the water, fire in the sky. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about the direction that this is going. This has kind of come together very quickly. We've been working like at full till to get this thing done. So now I can start to kind of put pins in the stuff that needs to be addressed immediately. Yeah, and this is going to look like a computer. I'm not going to give you guys any times, but I'm hoping within the week we'll have something that kind of resembles a computer. Why is that almost touching on this corner and not over here? Is it just because of the way I think it's the way the panel sags. Yeah, the panel's not incredibly well mounted. The panel will get better mounts when I redesign these parts. Are you afraid of debris falling through the mesh? I've run this computer since in this form, in the fully graded form, it's been since 2013 to 15. I forget what year it was. It's been many years running an open air PC like this. This typically will sit in a keyboard tray. So it's small enough to put a neck on it and turn it into a guitar PC. I'd be a little bit afraid of the mechanical properties of this thing. Turn it into a banjo PC. All right, I'm done. I'm done for the day, guys. I went late. I wanted to get this done. Most of the mounts are on the carbon fiber plate. We need to alter a couple things. I need to build this one last panel, Arthur. I'm tempted to try to design something for the back plate, but I don't think I will. I think I want to just leave that open because I just can't. I need to make wires and cables for the whole thing after doing those little alterations that we needed to do around here. So we'll get to that. If I don't work on this tonight, I will work on it tomorrow. But for now, I'm gonna pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin. I'm not beginning at all. I'm ending. I'm ending. He's going away forever. I think I am going to just turn off the stream. Hey, Better Monster is a good crowd. That's awesome. She's doing like makers and crafting, like putting stuff, like sewing and stuff like that. It's really cool. Really, really cool stuff. She's a college buddy of mine. We went to the same college in Philadelphia. Anyway, I will see you guys later. I want you guys to have a good night, and we will be back, and we will put the I'm not going to say finishing touches, because, man, there's a lot of wiring to do inside of this thing, but we're going to put this thing together more and have a good time doing it. All right, guys, I will see you later. Butts.